looked at the lip too. Nah. Shut up and sit down.
Boom. I know. And that's the worst bit about it, mate, and it is that 3 minutes of silence. It's like, yeah, no.
Even worse when it's 5 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know why I said 3, but hey, you know.
Numbers, they're hard.
Yeah, it's going to be one of them nights we're off already. So anyway, hello, gang. Yeah, Festa here. Festa 67's workshop and the guru. Hello. And yeah, welcome to another fun-filled, fantabulous Friday Frolicness. Yeah. So just get the pimpage out of the way beforehand so we can make a start. If you would like to help me support this channel and keep it growing and the content coming, you can do so by supporting the channel over at patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or click the join button below this or any of my other video content. You can also support Fox over at youtube.com/Guru Fox. Click the join button on his channel. And also on patreon.com/Model Making Guru. Doing so will get you access to the Zoom 24/7 off-air hangout, so you can come in and spend some time of an evening with us idiots. So yeah,
Zoom.
You can also get our attention in the chat by doing an @Festa67's workshop or an @Model Making Guru. That puts your or our names in a gold box and lets us see that you want our attention. And if you also want to help support the channel, you can do so by clicking the $ and doing a super chat. You get a nice sexy bit of on-screen air guitar goodness, and Festa gets a little bit of kitty to help him keep the content coming, folks. So let's have a goodly bit of that. Let's see who's in the chat, and then I'll do my...
Hello, everybody. Hello.
How are yous? We had Wendy Hickson was in first with an H. Huge hugs.
Hello,
Colin
Wendy.
and Fox won't be able to make it tonight, but she's left a thumbs up and hugs to everyone in chat. Have a fun time and take care. Love to you as well, Wendy, and big hugs issued, darling.
Same back, but next time leave lots of hugs and a beef casserole.
Dave was in saying hello, Cole, and hello, Princess Fox. Yeah, he's also saying, how's your checkers going?
Very nicely, thank you very much.
Lynn Dipple was in saying hi, Colin, and my love. She says, and Fox with hugs and kisses and everything. Oh, lovely, Lynn.
Oh, thank you very much, Lynn. Big hugs to you.
Metalhead of 5368 is in saying hello, everyone. Hello, Metalhead. How you doing, fella? Stefan Last is in. He says afternoon, or hello, he says, from the Den of Sweden. Hello, Stefan. How you doing, mate?
Hello. Welcome,
James.
Stefan. He was in...
Go on.
I was going to say he was in my stream earlier on. It's nice to see you back.
Nice to see him in it, mate. James is in. JC Bricks and Builds. Evening, Colin Fox. All in chat. Festa hugs and Fox hugs. Hello, James.
Hello, James. Hello.
Metalhead saying hello to Lynn. Guru's in. Greetings, kids. Prepare your nonsense hats. Absolutely.
Yeah. Always have your nonsense hats ready.
Lynn was digging the head banging music at the beginning. Absolutely. Absolutely. You got
That's
to do
Colin's fault.
Yeah, you got to do things differently, ain't you?
I don't subscribe to such nonsense.
Marcus is
I
in.
clearly have more delicate tastes.
Says, good evening, Colin and Fox, and of course, all Friday Frolickers. Hello, Marcus. Love to you in the sun, mate. Hope you're both doing well. Lynn says, let the fun begin. Metalhead says, hi to Dave and Colin. Yeah, this is Fox tonight. Dave is Wednesdays and Sundays. This bloke next to me is the mighty guru himself.
How very dare you? I'm Dave.
Lynn's giving hugs to Gothorn and also hugs to Wendy's. There you go.
Yeah.
So first question for the chat is, are audio and video fine? Let me know. And also, what's in the belly? What's on the bench? And what is your beverage on this wonderful Friday?
Extra question. Who's your daddy?
Yeah. Ross is in. Scale Model Ninja saying hello. Hello, Ross. How you doing?
Hello, Ross. Got any motor?
There you go. So we are doing more Stomper Time goodness this week, aren't we, geez?
We certainly are. I'm doing more. I'm putting that to one side for the whole screen. I'm going to paint a tiny missile. Yes, I have to count for the fact that's got to fit on my screen, and yet I'm going to paint that. So
yeah, you're getting your missile out, are you? So I did that.
I've got my big pointy missile out. Yes, I'm working on my ordnance at the minute.
Yeah.
Lynn says audio video is fine.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you very much, Lynn.
Lynn.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. We do try. Like I say, you know, it's just how it is. Did you get your Windows update during the week, Fox?
I did, and nothing's broken. Let me just check my microphone. I have just realised I went to fill my thing up with water.
Yeah,
I've got no idea where it is. I'll have to go.
You spoon. You've left it on the sink, didn't you?
I haven't, like a dingus. Let me just check my microphone, make sure it's all right, and then we'll go and get the thing that I meant. I literally walked into the room to fill it up, and then
he had one simple job, folks.
There's my microphone volume down a bit. There we go, that's a bit better.
Yeah, there you go. Right, that's all right.
Let me go and get me water. Hang on a minute.
Stefan Last says audio video equals top notch. Thank you very much for the feedback.
I'm such a spoon. It's in my digger.
Just going to move my microphone round so that as I pull my chair in, you can still hear me. Because I've got to get my legs in the right space, because this is why I have a snap-on tool chest. I can pull the drawer out, put my legs on it, because... okay. That's it. All dusted.
Actually left it on the side because I got my water and then went to get that kit to show you. So left it on the side.
Yeah, you've been teasing me, ain't you, you rotter?
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah. Oh, mate. Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, I don't help myself, do I? Jeff Light is in saying hello, Colin Fox, and everyone in the chat. Hello, Jeff. How are you, mate?
Hello to you, my friend. Now, Colin.
Yes.
Earlier on today, I think I might have posted it in your group as well. I posted a link to the Joy Toy website. People that make action figures. Yes. And they've got lots of like 1/18 scale Space Marines, and I was talking about Deathcore and stuff. I don't know if you knew this. They do 1/18 scale orcs.
Do they?
They're action figures. They have 2 sets.
Yeah.
One of them is an orc knob on a squig.
Yeah.
1/18 scale, so it's like that big. And it's all fully articulated. And you can also buy a set of orc commandos. You can buy them individually or the whole pack. It's like 200 quid. But I thought I was going to send you a link for that, but no, it'd be too torturous.
You're cruel.
And I decided against it. So I don't know why I just told you about it if I decided not to torture you with it, but never mind. Maybe I thought it'd be more fun to tell you about it.
Yeah, Metalhead saying, I've popped in to let you know, Roxy, my bull terrier, had her operation. She had 4 teeth out and a cyst drained. Come home the same day, so thanks for all the wishes last week. Get well soon, model making pooch. Hugs and a pat and all the treats for being a brave pooch.
Maximum scritches to Roxy.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely.
Is required at this point, I think.
It certainly is. That's what I was doing.
What was you doing, Colin?
I was getting ready to
rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
No, you carry on, mate.
I don't even understand wrestling. I don't.
Been on the Red Bull, ain't you, mate?
No, I don't do Tory.
Lynn says glad Roxy's doing well. We're all glad Roxy's doing well. Model making pooch. Yeah. So what's your plan of action tonight, Fox? Have you decided yet?
The usual with this stomper, which is basically look at it and panic, I think. Well, I started painting one of the missiles last week because one of them fell off. Accidentally fell off.
Yeah.
So last week I decided like an idiot to paint checkers on it. And it came out looking more like a... I'll see if I can zoom in a little bit.
Do you want me to bring you full screen, dear?
No, it's only going to show quickly. It came out looking more like... I didn't really zoom in. Something that like Ronnie Corbett might wear. It's kind of a Pringles sweater type blue.
That was it, Ronnie Corbett's jumper.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you all about the producer. So I started painting that, so I'll get that finished off. I'd give it a couple of washes of some Mangrax Earthshade last week after the show.
Yeah. So
I'm going to go back and repaint, because these are supposed to be clean, because they're missiles. They've only been built, they're not been fired yet. So.
Yeah, exactly.
So I will go back over and do some layering on this to tart it up, and then we'll get the other ones done, I think. I'm going to keep the other ones simple, though, because I can't be bothered painting them really complicated.
Yeah.
They're on the thing, and I can't get them off.
Happy days.
Take your chat.
Marcus has put in €11.99 super chat. He says, can't stay, falling asleep. Thumbs up, peeps. Enjoy the stream and take care. Thank you very, very much, Marcus. Massively appreciated. That will go and be used for my paint for my purchases, as you well know, Fox. So thank you very, very much, mate.
Yeah.
There should be an imminent on-screen air guitar coming your way.
Yep. Metalhead says, thanks all. Take good care. Look after each other and yourself. See you Sunday.
Absolutely. Take care, Metalhead, mate. Thanks for dropping by, and love and hugs to Pooch, mate.
Pooch.
Model making Pooch.
Whenever I hear the word Pooch, I just can't help thinking of Poochie from The Simpsons, and then I get the phrase, Poochie returned to his home planet.
Yeah.
Right, I need my other... Oh, flange.
There you go. There's Marcus's on-screen air guitar, folks. Marcus donated €11 from Super Chat.
Oh, tubes.
And you've been special.
Yeah, I didn't sell my other wet palette for metallics. I'm going to have to not use my
you spoon. Where did I put it? Where did I put it?
More metallics.
Is it that one? Mechanicus Standard Grey? Is that the one I want?
Mechanicus Standard Grey, you say?
Yeah. Or a bit Dark Reaper.
I like using metallics not on a wet palette.
A Dark Reaper, I think.
I am the Dark Reaper.
Yeah.
So, how have you been, buddy, this week? How's your week been? How are you? How has your week been?
Yeah, I've been all right, you know, without going into real life, but you know the score.
I know the score.
Mentally, I'm fine, mate. You know me. I self-mock at every opportunity, so there's been a lot of that this week.
You know, most people just say, yeah, it's been fine. I've been busy all week.
Yeah. You know, but no, I've not been busy really, have I? I did a bit on the truck on the E-Models stream.
Mm-hmm.
For those that haven't seen it, I'll just reach over and grab Truckee of Truckness. I've been doing that little bad boy on a Wednesday for the guys up at E-Models. So
E-Models.
Been doing a bit of that.
Get your E-Models here.
Yeah. Other than that, it's mainly been 3D printed stuff. Yeah, so that's kind of what I've been up to. Been doing some demonic stuff for figure painting later in the year because I want to get back into that. Yeah, modifications for my old PS2 because I'm stripping it down and bringing it into the Millennium.
As in the PlayStation 2.
Yeah, the PlayStation 2. Just to give that a bit of an update. I'm going to put a Raspberry Pi in it and an hard drive and yeah, have it.
Oh, yeah. Are you going to get like some retro arch on it and stuff so you can load all the games? And...
yeah, it's going to have HDD loader on there and yeah, all my games will be ripped to the hard drive and then, yeah. So, yeah, that'll just bring that in the Millennium. I don't know whether to do a hyper paint job on it yet. I haven't decided. I need to clean it all, strip it all and figure out what I want to do with it. But
the answer is yes, of course.
Yeah,
after giving it no thought whatsoever, the answer is yes.
Yeah, it just needs something. So, like I say, I shall film all of that, the before, during, and after, because it's just different content. Yeah.
That'll be a black and yellow checkered PlayStation 2 then.
Now, why did I know you was going to say that?
Or at least it'll have maybe a strip of them or something.
I can't orc a PlayStation 2.
You can do. I'm going to put some water in my wet palette. I should be back in 1 second.
I'm surprised you haven't done a Cyberpunk skin on your Xbox Series X yet. He didn't hear that, did he? Yeah, he conveniently took his headphones off. I saw what he did. Yeah, there you go. That's worked well. Just doing the little who'd me calling me watching my slip in there with a bit of Mechanicus Standard Grey rather than black because I thought black would be a bit too aggressive for that. So yeah, works for me.
Hello,
dear. You didn't hear what I said, did you?
No. I no. What did you say?
I said that I'm surprised you haven't put the Cyberpunk 2077 skin on your Xbox S yet.
Oh, no, I'm not putting skins on my consoles. No.
Yeah, it says the bloke who says co-walkify your PlayStation 2.
Yeah, because that's an old PlayStation 2 that's worth 35p, and you'll enjoy doing it. I'm not gonna skin up a modern console. I have to buy the skin anyway. Yeah. Although I did find out today, rather annoyingly, when I was doing my Fallout stream, that it kept crashing. And it turns out that the game never used to crash at that particular space until about 2 years ago when they changed the Creation Club, which is where all the mods come in. To change one of the things, and now it always crashes in that location. And for some reason, it always crashes on the Xbox Series S.
Isn't that weird?
Doesn't really do it that much on the X, so it's like, so I can't really stream Fallout 4 anymore because it's.
So do you think it's because the Series X just hasn't, Series S hasn't got enough?
Well, no, because the Series S has got more oomph than the old Xbox One, and the Xbox One was fine, and the Xbox One S was fine. It's just the Series S apparently, which is weird.
How annoying is that?
At first, it was like, it's going to be my mods, but then they were like, no, you do it with or without mods. It's just you go to that particular part of the game and it falls over. And then they're not going to fix it unless they do the next gen version in the next few months. So it's like, well, I mean, I could carry on playing it, but I can't go to that particular part of town. It's like,
yeah, it's a bit annoying, mate, isn't it?
So I've got to try and think what I'm going to do now. I might put Skyrim back on Saturdays and move Cyberpunk to Fridays, maybe. I don't know. I've got the burps. I do apologise.
No, you carry on, mate. Good bit of burpage.
Yes. Shake my paints. Oh.
Shake your paints. Boom, boom, boom.
When did Joy Toys? All I can think of is Cyberpunk and Joy Toys, which is a whole different thing.
Yeah.
you buy put it this way: you buy a Joy Toy, a drink. There you go. When did they get stuff in the Orc Warhammer? And I didn't realise. I thought they just did a couple of different, like Space Marine figures. But they do. Not only have they got like about 300 different types of Space Marine, they've also got like Space Wolves on the back of a Space Wolf. They've got different types of Space Marines. They've got the big Invicta, what's called the baby carriage. It's like a dreadnought, but the guy can get in and out of it.
Yeah.
They've got that in 1/18 scale. It's about the same size as these stompers. And you get the dude that goes in it. It's like, wow, they're not cheap. They're like 200 quid, but yeah, they've got loads. They've got dudes on motorbikes. It's amazing. They've got Space Marines on the motorbikes. They've got you can buy an entire veteran squad of Death Corps of Krieg.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought, I know what he's getting.
Well, no, not for 200 quid for the whole pack. But I'd have to basically fill in all the joints. Now, I have done it once before, many, many years ago. I bought my friend, who we used to joke looked like a bit like Odo crossed with Ryan Giggs.
Oh, right,
I bought him an Odo action figure, but I repainted it to have black hair like my friend, and also to be in a Sainsbury's uniform because he worked at Sainsbury's stacking shelves. Yeah. So I had to fill in all the joints on that. So I did do some sculpting with Milliput, but I was only like 25 at the time. So I don't know if I could do it again now, though.
No.
I don't know if I'd be up to that, but it'd be interesting to try.
Never thought I would hear you turn down Krieg.
Well, yeah, but it's like a pack of 10 dudes, 200 quid.
Yeah, that's a lot of money in it, mate.
Yeah, they're not cheap because they're not like action figures your kids play with. They're like premium action collectors action figures. So, but the paint job on them is passable.
Yeah.
So you'd definitely want to repaint them. Right. So what I'm going to do with this fella is I want the missile to look neat. So I'm going to basically layer over. I did a couple of washes of Agrax Earthshade on it. And I'm just going to layer over the metallics so they're nice and clean, and all the other colours as well, so that in the recess it's got the shade. But everywhere else it's nice and clean. Because they're not going to be too dirty. They're going to be made of scrap, but they're going to look reasonably neat because they've not been fired yet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Going to be a bit scuzzy, aren't they, in a few places?
Yeah. Yes, if I was going to get one, I'd be tempted to get the big Invicta battlesuit because it's massive and it looks like eminently repaintable. Or some of this, because I was like, oh, I could get that and do it as a Space Wolves one, but they actually do they also do things like they do some of the Space Wolves dreadnoughts like Bjorn the Fell-Handed in 1/18 scale fully action figures. Like, what? When did all these come from all of a sudden? Yeah. They had like a catalogue of 3 and now they've got tons of them. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it? We all see stuff and it's like, yeah, I want that, want that, want that. And then you look at the cost of it and you're like, yeah, that's a serious wedge now.
Yeah, then you start thinking about numbers and think, yeah, I don't like those numbers. Those numbers are not some of my favourite numbers. I must actually, at some point, I must investigate. I may have at some point in the future, I may have a 3D print request for you.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
I'll pay for it, obviously. I saw some the other day, and it's basically somebody's built a load of like Imperial Guard soldiers, you know, the new ones that have just come out.
Yeah.
That have got like the alien style armor and stuff.
Oh, nice.
But they seem to have like custom heads.
Oh, right, yeah.
Them. So they look like Marines from the Halo video games.
Oh, nice.
Like the sergeant looks like Sergeant Johnson. So it's got Sergeant Johnson with his cap, and the Marines have got the Halo Marine helmets.
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh. So I'm assuming that somewhere there's a STL files for like replacement heads for those.
That sounds like it.
Yeah, so I'll have to get you to.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'll do that.
If I ever get the urge to do it, I shall ask you to print them out for me.
Of course I will. You know that. Anything that leads me to switching the printer on, I'll do.
Yeah, don't forget, folks, bench and belly.
Yeah.
My belly today was the remains of yesterday's sweet and sour chicken that Mama Fox didn't eat.
Oh, nice one.
Because she got sweet and sour chicken from the Chinese and only had a small bit of it, so I had the rest of it.
Bless her. She's been a bit under the weather.
It was just that she only eats a little bit of food anyway, and it's a big portion, so the one advantage when she has takeaway, I get to eat half of it.
Bless her.
So I always try to tailor whatever I'm having to whatever she's having so I can make sure they go together.
Yeah.
Otherwise, food gets wasted.
Yeah. No, bless her. As long as she's having something in it, mate. Bless her.
Oh, yeah.
Your mum would be happy just sitting there with a big urn full of berries, mate.
Oh, yeah. Well, I said to her today, I said, well, I've had my dinner now because I had it about lunch. I had it about not lunchtime. I had it about 3 o'clock. Yeah. There, and I thought, I'm hungry now. So I said, so I'll make you something later. So I did the washing up and stuff. I said, right, I'll make you dinner for you now. What do you want? And she's like, chip butty. You can have a chip butty if you want. There you go.
So,
nice and simple. 12 minutes in the air fryer, done. Chips, butties, happiness. There you go.
Absolutely. She's easily pleased.
Well, she normally has a sandwich every day. I make her a sandwich about 3 or 4 o'clock. And she normally has like a banana sandwich with some little bits of fruit or whatever's around.
Yeah.
Like little bits of cheese or some, grapes or something, whatever fruit I've been able to get hold for her. But today we ran out of bananas. So I said, I've got some cheese. I'll just make you a cheese butty. She went, oh, yeah, cheese, just thin, really thin cheese.
Yeah.
And I said, do you want anything else on it? And she went, piccalilli.
Oh, proper piccalilli.
I was like, oh, yeah, we actually got some piccalilli.
Yeah.
And it was great because it was the end of the jar. There's a new jar, but the first jar I got is just coming to the end and said, you've had a bit of luck today because it's the end of the jar, so it's all the real big chunks of cauliflower. She was like, oh, a little grin came across her face. Oh, she says, liked piccalilli. So she had cheese and piccalilli sandwiches for lunch with a few grapes.
Oh, bless her. As long as she's happy, that's the key, isn't it?
That's all that matters, yeah.
Keeping mum happy, because an happy Mama Fox, is what everyone wants.
Don't forget, folks, if you're watching this and you're not in the live chat, come and join the live chat. If you're watching it embedded in Facebook or Twitter or somewhere else where we've posted up a link, like on Patreon or something, just click on the YouTube icon in the bottom right-hand corner and you'll be able to carry on watching and join the live chat. And if you're in the live chat, for the love of dog, ask us stuff.
Yeah, give us something to talk about.
Yeah, we need stuff to talk about because we're just busy painting and it's really hard to remember to talk about stuff.
Yeah, so, and we are very forgetful.
Who said that? I've forgotten who you are. So, yeah, ask us things. You know you want to. Ask Colin anything.
Fox will answer. So I did.
No. That's not how it works. That's not how this works.
Was that a Wibblikins? It was, wasn't it?
No.
Lynn says, belly, Cajun chicken with Italian herb cheese, barbecue crisps and water. Bench, haven't done a thing with it since I set it up.
We need to sort that out, don't you, Lynn?
Yeah,
Quit
James.
your lollygagging.
Go on.
Quit your lollygagging. Get some builds on the go.
Yeah. James has put a link in for the Joy Toy. Thanks, James. I owe you one.
I really can't take the phrase Joy Toy seriously. Just play Cyberpunk 2077. You'll figure out what a Joy Toy is. I can't take it seriously. No, but a box of Joy Toys. Wait, they come in boxes now. What? Do they have holes for air?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think people can. Yeah,
yeah.
Those special things that come in a brown paper bag.
Oh no, we're not talking about things.
Oh right, okay.
We're talking about you buy your Joy Toy a drink.
Oh yeah.
Go down to the Japantown and
yeah, I'm with you now.
Yeah. Do. Painted little silver things. I think I might need to use a brighter silver actually. On top of this, an extra edge highlight just to give it some extra pop.
There it is.
Pop, you say?
A bit of that on there. Yeah, let's put that on the wet palette of goodness.
Yeah, I remember now. I sent Joy Toy World Warhammer link in the Hangout chat group for you and Si to see model making guru. Says JC Bricks and Mills. Yield.
Oh yeah, that's how we get our own back on each other. Is we just send each other links, knowing that we're going to spend each other's money, and it's
yeah. I'm going to spend all your money in my mind, which is also where I spend all my money.
Normally involves Forge World at some point, doesn't it, mate?
Yeah, I don't even go there.
No, I've not been there for a while, mate. All of a week.
No, I mean, don't go there, as in don't talk about Forge World.
Yeah.
You'll make me sad.
Yeah, I've not bought anything because I want to buy all the things, but...
Well, I was debating what to do next for my next film thing, and it was I was going to do maybe another tabletop trauma centre for my Orc Dackerjet, but I might actually do one of my Forge World Orc things.
Oh, nice.
I've had so much fun doing the weathering on this thing that I might do one of them, you see, because they're quick to build and then I can just paint them. So I don't know yet, maybe.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether to do like the Killburster thingy tank.
Oh right, yeah, I know the one.
Or the Mega Track, which is like the flatbed with tracks that you can stick the big. I can stick that big gun on the back of it because I've got two of them big guns, the Mech gun or whatever it's called.
It's all about the big gun, mate.
Or I could just do the dirty, great big shouty rhino elephant thing.
I'm sure whatever it is, you'll have fun doing it, mate.
Yeah. But I've got something else on at the minute, so I'm a bit busy. I've been doing some animating all this week.
I know, you've been busy little bee, haven't you?
I've done another one now.
Oh, have you? Oh, good, man.
Yeah.
So proud of you, soldier.
I know.
All will be revealed at some point.
I don't know. I don't need to keep it secret. It's just I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those, though, and it's nice to keep people guessing.
Yeah. Do. Now, I don't know which bit of this is the missile and which bit is the missile rack, so I'm going to assume that bit there is the missile, so it's part of the missile rack. Oh, well, never mind. It'll get weathered more then. I think I shall use another silver, an even brighter silver.
Oh, yeah, brighter the better.
Host silver, maybe. Perhaps, maybe. Need to stand up so it doesn't fall over, which is normally why you stand things up. You spoon. Put that there for a second. May as well do some metallics while I'm doing metallics.
Lynn says I need to start doing something. But if I want to upload, it would take ages at 2 megabits. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, you don't have to film stuff, Lynn. Just do stuff.
Yeah.
Get yourself at the bench and get some painting done or something. Then easily Google creative stuff.
I only ever film about 1 in 6 builds. Is all I film for the channel. Rest of the time, I just build either on the live streams or just build off air. Just for myself, it sometimes is nice just to do what I class as a clean build, no video editing, nothing.
See, I'm rubbish. I tend to build 1 in 6 build.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
I stuck a little bit. My time is very limited at the minute, unfortunately, though, sadly.
Yeah, it's just nice sometimes to do a build without having to film it, without having to edit it, and all of that. You just, you enjoy the build, and it just gives you your mojo back.
Yeah, and then you're just building for yourself then, so.
Yeah. Especially if you've come off of the back of a build that is bitten your arse a little bit.
Yeah.
It's sometimes nice just to say, do you know, I'm going to film, I'm going to build that. I'm not going to film it. I'm not going to do anything, publicise it or take photos. I'm just going to make it.
I mean, I quite like, if I'm doing a build like that, I'll probably still take pictures because I like to post up pictures of like work in progress type stuff. So people have got at least something to look at. But it is so nice when you can just do a build and you know you don't need to film it or anything like that. It's just literally doing it for fun of it.
Oh, yeah, it does make a difference, doesn't it?
Such a nice change. La 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 la. Don't know if I'm in shot, but as we've said before, with these builds, with these stompers, if we're out of shot, then you just deal with it because there's not much we can do.
We're trying our best to stay in shot. Fraser Green's in saying hi. Oh, hello, Fraser. How you doing, mate?
Hello, mate.
Lovely to see you in, buddy. Hope you're keeping well.
I was about to say good day then, but I don't even think Fraser's Australian, so I don't know why I would have said that. It's like a strange thing to do. Yeah, like when we do the Lehman Russ, we're in shot because we're just there. But when you're doing something that's the size of a child, yeah, good luck with that. If we're not in shot, we're not in shot.
Yeah.
You get what you're given, I'm afraid.
This has been one of a challenge to do live, hasn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. The challenge is not actually painting it, it's streaming it.
It's getting it in shot.
Yeah.
But it has been fun.
Oh, I've enjoyed it. I've kind of figured out an easy way to paint orcs now. That's dead quick and fun.
Yeah.
So I started painting one of my little orc vehicles and I wasn't enjoying it at all because I was doing it my normal way. But now I've done this stomper with the do the rust first effect, which is so easy. It makes all the rest of the painting so easy. I'm like, you know what? Let's just do that.
Absolutely.
Super match game bomb.
Yeah, but it's just one of those fun little builds, this, isn't it? You know, it's.
I wouldn't use the word little, perhaps, but yes.
Yeah, you know.
I know what you mean. This missile won't look super clean. It'll look a little bit grubby, but it won't look battered and beaten like the rest of the stomper. It's been made out of bits of scrap and it has been handled by orcs, so it's going to look a bit grubby.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be battered and rusty and filthy because it's built and used fairly quickly. So, I'll tell you what, though, there is nothing nicer than painting something in lead belcher, giving it a couple of washes of Norn oil or Agrax, Earthshade, and then just very gently layering in the metallics back over the flat areas, because it does come out looking so nice, like this, like clean bits with the shade in places. It just looks really nicely like you've done a lot of effort. It's looks like it's been painted a lot better than you actually have painted, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's a good result for minimal effort.
Yeah, minimum effort, maximum result. Yeah. It's really nice. So I do like this. It's the one time when I'll do like edge highlighting type stuff, because it kind of seems to work.
Yeah, edge highlighting can sometimes be overdone, can't it?
Well, it's just not realistic at all, edge highlighting. If you're doing like where the paint's scraped away and it's metallic underneath, well, that's fine. That's realistic. But if you're just doing it's a piece of blue armor and I'll do a light blue line around the edge, well, that's not how actual matter works. Yeah, it's not realistic. It's just it's an artistic style.
Would you say that it's one of your pet hates then?
No, I don't hate it. It's an absolutely valid way of painting. It's an absolutely valid style. It's just, it's not realistic.
I mean, when you're first learning, it does seem to be the established thing, doesn't it? That people do in their videos, edge highlighted. You see it in the box art. It's there for all to see, isn't it? And you think, well, that must be how it has to be done. But at the end of the day, it's your model. Paint it how you want.
Yeah, I mean, there are times when it works. Like I say, on a metallic like this, if you've got you do all your metals and your washes and you come out with a dirty looking metal,
yeah,
and then you edge highlight like I'm doing here on these fins on the edge, that's kind of realistic because
that's all I'm doing, just where the metal's been abraded.
Yeah, that if you look at something metal in the real world, the edges do look shiny and the rest of it can look dull. So that works. But when it's like a piece of coloured armour, no, that's not really. It's not really ideal. So it's not. I don't hate it at all. It can look beautiful. It's just it's not my preferred style. Also, I suck at edge highlighting, which is also another reason why I don't do it.
Yeah, I mean, like say on the metals, you do get that shiny edge, don't you? So
yeah, you're a shiny edge.
That's absolutely, mate. I love being a shiny edge.
Shiny edge.
Absolutely, mate.
Made to make your tea stronger or something. I don't know.
I like shining. That was a shiny edge once.
I like shiny poos.
Yeah, I like peas. You like peas.
There'll be no peas in our time. There we go. I think I'll leave this little rack thing that the thing goes on. I think I'll leave that looking grubby because I might put some rust onto that because that's part of the stompa, so that's going to get rusted up.
Yeah.
But the actual missile itself, I just said missile, didn't I? Like an American.
You did. You did.
Oh, dear Lord.
There's no hope for you, mate. Sorry, but
no. Yeah. I'm gonna start saying like route now, aren't I? And
yeah. Yeah. Herbs.
Herbs. Americans, please say the H on the front of the word herb. Please.
I can't say anything about that.
No, I know. Just please do it. It's just
about H's because
Well, no, you're a Southern Londoner type. You're allowed to not do H's. Please pronounce the L in solder.
Yeah, what's that all about?
I'm going to solder it. You would?
Yeah, you're like, you get arrested for that.
Now, we can't sit here and complain about them taking letters out of words because, hey, look at the English language. Hello, ghost.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah.
You don't say, I put this thing on eBay and sod it.
Yeah.
You didn't sod someone into slavery. I'll stop talking like that now because that could go wrong very easily.
Yeah, that could just remove all my monetization.
Yeah. Right, so we've got that one. I'll do the brass bit as well. I'll do all my metallics first because I've got my water all covered in little flaky bits now, so I may as well finish the metallics first and then do the red. So I had brass scorpion or something like that, didn't I, on there? So I need to do
Get your brass scorpion here, folks. £3 per pound.
Scorpion! Or do I want... Ooh, have I got... what's that? That's gold. That's no good. Have I got Sycorax bronze? Which I've decided that Games Workshop don't pronounce correctly.
Oh, right. Is this Fox speak coming up?
So Bayek. They call it Sycorax bronze. No, Sycorax. Have you never watched Doctor Who? Come on. Rune Lord Brass. Well, that's quite good.
Yeah, it's a nice colour, that is.
That big spider lady.
Yeah.
She wasn't Sycorax, but it was something like that. And it was very similar, so it's Sycorax bronze. I'm shaking.
I'm impressed.
I'm in pain. Oh, it's a dry paint. Oh no. What?
Has it caught you out, has it?
Oh no, it's a normal paint that's actually turned into a dry paint. That's cool. That's why I put a thing on it saying dry with a smiley.
That's the one you had the other week, wasn't it? That we was going to try and kickstart, but yeah, it was used as a dry paint. And for my next trick. Can't beat a bit of Spider Pig. Sorry if I blew your eardrums out there, folks.
Spider Pigularity. Well, I was hoping I had something like Sycorax bronze, but I apparently don't, which is rubbish. I haven't got a lighter. I don't think I've got a lighter brass colour. I've only got gold, and that's just balls.
You'd say there's Citadel paints that you don't have. I thought you had pretty much all of them.
No, not made of money.
Mind you, yeah, I don't think I know anyone that has the complete range.
No.
Because, yeah, that's a mortgage, isn't it?
Pretty much. I've said before, though, if I win the lottery, I will contact them and say, I need a retail rack with all the paints on it.
Yeah.
None of that contrast rubbish. Just normal paints. I watched a Duncan video today, and he was painting 3 different ways of speed painting.
Yeah.
And he painted an orc. And the first way was put all the base colours down and then dip it in the army painter quick shade, which is basically like Agrax Earthshade, but it's in a tin, and you dip the model in and leave it to dry for 2 days.
Oh, right, yeah, yeah.
We painted all the base colours on this orc and just dipped it in. The second one was doing it with the contrast paints on a white primer model.
Mm.
And the third version was doing slap chop. So you do the slap chop bit with the dry brushing of the greys, and then you do the contrast paints.
Mm.
And I have to say, like, the slap chop one looked the best.
Mm.
The army painter speed paint looked really good.
Yeah.
Obviously, they look like they've been painted. They're not like, amazing, but for what they were, they look really good.
Yeah.
The contrast painted one just looked like balls.
Really?
And it was like, wow, it just kind of shows up that the whole contrast thing, if you just paint a model with just contrast paints.
No.
And even Duncan said, it looks fine, but it was a lot more fiddly to paint because you have to be perfectly accurate with it than doing it with slap chop first, because with slap chop, you can just be less careful because the dark areas hide all the joints of the colours.
Absolutely.
And it was like, wow, those other two look great, but the just contrast paint looks terrible. Nothing wrong with Duncan's painting. It just looked like it'd been coloured with felt tips. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, the contrast stuff, yeah, if you use it non-contrast, yeah, you'll be fine. I tend to use them as glazes majority of the time, but the only time I use them is if I'm slap chopping something.
It was really not pleasant to look at. It looked fine with the slap chop, but no, it was not. It was a bit scary.
Yeah, they're lovely paints. Don't get me wrong, but they have got their limitations, haven't they?
Mm-hmm. That big spider woman you're on about was Arachnos. Okay, where have I got this? There's something about. Sounds like Sycorax in Doctor Who. Then I think it was Arachnos. So I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I also need to go and change my water because I've just.
Yeah, no worries.
Back in a second. It's got all metal flaky bits in it now.
I don't know. He had one simple job, folks.
Well, no, I've got to change the water anyway. You always change your water when you do metallics.
Yeah.
Right, back in a sec. La 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 la. La la la.
Bless him. Might paint these little rings on my hoses. Why not? Because I can. Fraser says, I'm all right, Cole. Thinking about reworking a Chaplin model. I think he's in need of a new jump pack. Happy days, mate. What else have we got? So everyone say hello to Fraser. Yeah. Is Fox going to mess with his wet palette all night, says Lynn? That's the question for the night. Yeah, he will mess. Me? Yeah.
No, I was just getting fresh water.
Yeah.
That's why I did all my metallics first, because if you do metallics and then try doing normal paints, you can get all the bits of metal flake in your paint. It'll look like garbage.
Look like arse. That's what he says.
Yeah. So do all your metallics in one go and then swap your water out. Maybe it was the first episode with David Tennant then, where he comes out of regeneration. It's that guy on the ship and he has the sword. Maybe I can't think what it was now. It's not the word Sycorax, but it sounds like Sycorax.
Yeah. No good asking me, mate. I know nothing about Doctor Who. I'm not a fan.
Rubbish you are. Fraser Green says, I'm all right, Cole. Thinking about reworking a Chaplin model. I think he's in need of a new jump pack.
Yeah. It's got to be done.
Mm-hmm.
It needs reworking, mate. Give it a bit of rework.
Yeah. Gentlemen, rework your shizzle.
See what we did there.
Mm-hmm. Activate reworking of shizzles.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just doing the same with the red. I'm doing what Chris does and painting on my wet palette. That's a bad move. I'm just going over the areas with the red and leaving the shade in the recess. And I've got it nicely thin, so it's more like a thick glaze rather than an actual layer of paint.
Yeah.
because I want it to be. I don't want it to be dead obvious. I want it to be subtle.
Subtle. Cool. You feeling all right?
Subtle. Subtle as.
Subtle as a subtle thing.
Subtle as. Wackadoo. I've not said wackadoo for a while. I need to get that out.
You've been watching Bluey again, haven't you?
No, I'm up to date now. I've watched all of them. Oh, I probably missed the last couple because I'm waiting for the new episodes as they come along now. So.
Look at you. Is that 6 seasons of Bluey you've watched?
Only 3 seasons.
3 seasons.
But it's like quite 60 a lot of episodes. Yeah,
60. I know there was a 6 in there somewhere.
Well, it's 56 or 7 episodes, I think, per season, but they're only 7 minutes each. There's they have these little extra episodes where they're never shown on telly. They're just like on YouTube and stuff. And one of them is Bingo and Bluey sat on the chair in the front room, and it's Christmas, and the Christmas tree is there. And Bingo's got the little the little buttons that control the lights on the tree.
Yeah.
But these little extra ones, what they do is they're just, when they've had the little kids in doing the voice recording for the characters.
Yeah.
They just keep the microphones going, like when they're not recording the lines.
Yeah.
So they take these little recordings of like the kids like just doing something while the microphone's on, and they make them into little mini episodes.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So in this one, she's there. The little girl who's voicing it is just there. And she's obviously playing with something that turns lights on like a Christmas tree because she's going, and they're on.
And they're on. Yeah.
And on, and they're flicking. Ooh, and they're off. She goes on for about 3 minutes, and I'm like, yeah, I do that.
Joel Gritson says, evening, Colin and Dave. He says, I hope all in chat and everyone is well. There you go.
Who's calling me Dave again?
Joel.
Joel, I'm not Dave.
Yeah, Dave is Mondays and Sundays.
How very dare you.
This is Fox, the model making guru, as per the Fox model making guru on his name badge there.
Yeah, nothing wrong with being Dave, but just I'm not Dave.
Yeah, he's not Dave. Dave is probably asleep now, snoring his little head off.
I'm sure Dave's probably offended that people think I was him.
Yeah. Oh. There's a ladder there, Cole, that fell out of your stomper.
Oh, la 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 la.
Apologies for being slightly a bizarre angle, but it is what it is, folks.
You're born at a bizarre angle.
I know.
You're right about the first episode with David Tennant. The aliens and that are called the Sycorax. There you go. Yes, I knew it. And there is a paint called Sycorax, but that's why I call it the Sycorax Bronze, because not Sycorax, because that's nonsense.
He's happy now. He's been proven right. He's happy now.
So basically, Games Workshop have completely stolen that from Doctor Who. And I'm surprised Doctor Who hasn't sued their ass, because Games Workshop sue everybody for everything.
Oh, yeah. They're pretty on the ball, aren't they?
Yep.
That's what I was looking for. A bit of Abaddon.
We're on the ball.
Avalon Sunset. That's what I was after.
Fox, not Dave Doe. Oh, I've just picked up Avalon Sunset as well. Are we doing the thinking together thing?
Yeah, we started finishing each other's sentences, which is quite worrying. Mind you, we've been doing that for a while now, haven't we?
Yeah.
And it's like
every time one of us starts going underneath
the
chairs, it just goes wrong. I went a bit loud and scary there. I do apologise.
No, that's all right, mate. You go as loud and as scary as you choose, young man.
Now, I've got a challenge here because it was hard enough painting these little triangles when I first painted them. Now I've got to paint them and just try and avoid the rivets and try and be nice and neat.
Nice and neat.
Quite tricularity. Quite tricular. But it's really difficult when you're doing this kind of layering because you think you put the paint on.
Yeah.
So you put your new fresh coat of yellow on the dark yellow that's got the shade on it.
Yeah.
And you think, oh my God, it's like black and white. It's terrible. But you have to remember that the paint fades a little bit as it dries.
Yeah.
You always forget that. I'm trying to do this delicate work with a medium layer brush as well.
Yeah. How's that working for you?
I'm actually getting better at using the GW brushes.
Yeah.
I don't quite know how. Especially when I'm doing these. Doing this stream has actually been really helpful for me because...
Is that because it's Orc and you're not having to overtly worry about everything being neat parallel like you would on Imperial? Is it giving you a little bit more time to learn the brush, do you think? Or...
No, I don't think that, because I'm still painting them the way I normally would.
Yeah.
But it's been really helpful for me because like painting small fiddly stuff has always been a problem for me on camera when I'm filming, because I have to get really close to the model.
Yeah. Because
I've got rubbish eyes and I can't see. So I've always avoided like tiny little details on camera if I can.
Yeah.
When I film stuff, because I just can't get the camera close enough because I need to get my head closer than the camera.
Yeah.
But when I'm doing this live stream, the only other thing I've streamed before was I filmed painting one of my tanks.
Yeah.
On a stream, and that was all right because that was big stuff, so that wasn't too bad. But now I'm doing this, and I've got no choice but to paint it live.
Yeah.
And I'm actually finding that I'm getting better at painting with my head far away from the model.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm getting used to it, and somehow as well, I'm painting these tiny little details with this big fat medium layer brush, just like Duncan or Peachy would.
Yeah.
And they seem to be able to paint like a molecule, and somehow I'm starting to do it.
Oh, there you go. You've been doing the learnings of things, see? Oh,
I don't know how, though, because it's like, I don't know how I can suddenly do this when I couldn't do it before. Well, this bit's a bit
Is it because you're not having to overanalyze it, do you think, then?
No, I think it's because quite literally I've got no choice.
Yeah.
And my brain's just going, okay, well, tell you what, let's just figure this out. Let's just figure out how to do this without being able to see it very well and having a big fat brush.
Yeah.
Let's just do it, because we haven't got a choice. I've been filming stuff, I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that because that's going to be arse. With this, it's like, well, I have to do it. So
yeah, you kind of haven't got a choice, have you?
Yeah. So I think my brain's just like, okay, well, let's just figure this out. And to think I'm doing this now whilst also talking and presenting.
I'm proud of you, soldier.
No, I'm proud of myself. It's like, and I'm not doing badly. So I'm quite happy. I have in my old age started to get a bit more patient with my painting.
Yeah, it's one of them, mate, and it comes to you.
Yeah, well, it's like normally I'll be like, just get it painted and get it done, and I know that I get bored really easily, and then I start to rush things and cut corners, but I've not done that with this because it's actually fun and I'm enjoying it. Yeah,
I think with this stomper, it's just slowed everything down, hasn't it? And
yeah,
now that we've got past that initial, holy moly, there's a lot left to do, we've broken it down into little bits now, haven't we? And we just go, do you know something? I'm just going to go around and do X, Y, and Z rather than looking at the whole thing and going, I've got all this to do. It's, I'm going to do a bit of that tonight or a bit of this.
Well, I'm finding myself quite happily sitting here painting tiny little details really slowly.
Yeah.
And normally I'd be wary of doing that because I would get bored.
Yeah.
And then I'd be like, well, what else can I paint? Some bored. Let's go and build a different model.
Yeah. No, I just enjoyed a little going around doing a bit of this, a bit of that.
You're forcing me to do new things, you see.
Yeah, but it's good.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm really happy that I'm, like, you know, a year ago, I couldn't have painted those little tiny yellow triangles from like 4 feet away. I'd have to be like this.
Yeah.
I'd have to have the brush there. I'd have my head here and I'd be like this.
Yeah.
I couldn't film that.
Yeah.
Now I could pretty much paint a Sister of Battle to be like just the best thing you've ever seen in your entire life, and it would look goddamn awesome, and I'd do it from.
It's almost giving you a bit of freedom then, isn't it? Where you're like, actually, I can do this.
I think it's just giving my eyes a chance to get used to it. I think. I don't know what it is. For some reason, I can do it now, and I couldn't do it before. And it's not like my eyes have suddenly got better. But
no. Hey, mate, it's progress. It helps.
Unless my eyes have actually got worse, and it's just coincidence that now that distance is absolutely perfect for my eyes. It's also an option, I suppose.
Yeah, but you have changed prescription as well, haven't you?
Yeah, that's true.
With your glasses?
Maybe. Could be that. I don't know.
So it could be a combination of all the good things.
And the bad things that can be. Let's talk about paint. See what I did there?
I did. I am so proud of you, soldier.
I made reference to a song from a popular beat combo that the kids listen to.
I know.
I'm now doing a second yellow on these little triangles. I'm doing a second layer of a different colour.
Oh, mate, I am so proud of you.
I'm actually doing a gradation from the dirty yellow to the bright yellow at the end of the pointy bit. And it's probably going to look garbage, but...
Lynn says, I'm going to have to leave. Bye. Her internet has been going in and out. Take care. Bye, all. She says,
take care, Lynn.
Great show so far. No worries, Lynn. Thanks for your feedback, darling.
Yeah, she's on pants internet, isn't she?
Yeah, bless her. It'll get sorted soon, love.
I find it weird that she's gone from living in a trailer with decent internet to living in an actual house with terrible internet. It's like, that seems like the wrong way around somehow. I'm pretty sure it should be the other way around.
You know, Texas is a big old place at the end of the day. Unlike us, you know, phone masts aren't put up on every roundabout, are they? Because everything's so far away.
Yeah.
A bit like Australia, isn't it? There's going to be areas in Australia that don't have decent coverage because it's so vast.
I find it amusing that you think an actual house would have better internet.
Oh, you would have thought in a residential place they would have a lot more, especially with satellite technology as it is.
Yeah. But then again, America's different, I think, isn't it? Because you get like an area has got a company has monopoly on an area, whereas here you can get one of a billion different internet providers. So it's all based on the phone network anyway. So
yeah, I think a lot of places out there, it's, you know, like you say, a particular phone supplier or...
Need to tidy that one up. That's got a bit wrong.
Let's try.
Stash it, don't trash it. Keep it clean, Boston. I think Mama Fox is about to go to bed. I can hear movement downstairs.
Oh dear.
I may get the call in a moment.
Not a problem, mate. You do what you got to do. Needs must.
Yep. All right. Said Mama Fox again, didn't I?
You did, Mama Wolf.
It's force of habit. I need to get out of that habit.
I got all the hugs and kisses again, folks.
You did. I said, any message for Festa? And she went, hug and a big kiss. I mean, a big hug and a kiss.
I was made up, I was.
You were.
I'm easily pleased.
You did a little dance and everything.
I did.
There's a little bit of dancing going on.
I so wanted to message Ted and go, I got a hug and a kiss. I thought, no.
There we go.
There you go.
I shall go and sort
See you in a bit,
back
mate.
in a bit.
No worries. Everyone's saying goodbye to Lynn. Always nice to see Lynn in. Right, we need to figure out do the face on the missile at some point tonight. Shake that up, see if I can reinvigorate that rather scuzzy pot of Aberdeen Black because it's going a bit mangy. What else do we want? We want a Celestia grey and a bit of Ulthering grey. Right. Then we can see whether we can get that a bit better. And a bit of distilled in there as well. Just to see whether we can get that back into life, because it really is mangy. Got another one on order, but as long as I can get a bit more out of it for tonight, I'll be happy. So what projects have you got on the bench then, folks? Have you got anything you want desperately for Crimbo? I want Father Crimbo to bring you. I've not really fussed this year, to be honest with you. I think most of the stuff, because H asks me to do a little list of things I'm interested in, and I think most of it this year is paint. So that I can get some of the cars and bikes that I've got backlogged built. So a lot of it is lacquer paint sets for them builds. So fingers crossed. I've been a good Festa and get all my greens this year. You never know, folks. Because I do have a nice backlog of stuff that I want to get built and painted. And yeah. So let's put the Stompa boxing glove on of goodness. Let's see what we can achieve with this. See what we can get the eyes lined up. That went well cold, didn't it? Put that out of the way. Stand it on there. Just paint the edge of that. Again, I'm not too worried if I go over, because I've got to go over it with more black anyway. It's just to start getting the eye done is what I want to do. It's an arrow of goodness that I've knocked off the other side. I'll put that on later. Let's just flip that up there out of the way. I won't keep knocking it then. And it's just trying to keep it on shot for you so that you can see what I'm up to as well. So I do apologise if I do go slightly off. So we'll just give that another over. Just to start bringing that out. Really should have left the teeth and everything. Shame I can't pop that missile back off, you know. I know if I do pop it off, I'm not going to be able to get it back on again, so yeah. Another eye that side. Get that on. That's all right, I'll be able to weld that back on. It's only pinged off the metal plate. I'm happy with that. Let's just try and get this side done, and there's teeth there as well, so we might as well start the ball rolling on them. Just to get the first initial layer down. Not worried about smoothness or total coverage, should I say, because there's going to be more than one layer of this going on there. Joel Grit says belly, chicken and bacon pie, roast potatoes and baked beans. Bench, nothing at the moment. Beverage, nice cup of Rosie Lee. Yeah, I've got a cup of Rosie on the side there, mate. That's my biggest weakness is me tea. Like they say, you never see a cold kettle in a Londoner's house. Another tooth. Try and keep them going underneath there. There's another one somewhere buried up there. Weird layout. Yeah. Oh well. Like it for a reason. Mine's not the reason why. I should be start filming the Barlek and the Insane Blade in the new year at some point. I want to get me bikes and cars up to date. I've got backed up, and then I shall start a bit of filming on them as well, just to start the ball rolling. Right, so we got that up there like that. There a tooth there, yeah, there's a tooth. I spotted another one. Just try and shine the light on there. It's just there. Just like that. Let's keep that coming. I think there might be one more under there. Tiny little tooth. There it is. Let's have a look. It's buried right under there. Yeah, the recommended thing when you do come to build one of these yourselves, though, folks, leave the missiles off until the last minute. And the arms, because they are an absolute dog to paint on the model. We get there, don't get me wrong, but I think we both regret gluing them on when we did. Right, so let that go off for a minute. And then see what other bits we've got that we can start highlighting. I want a bit of black going down in there. Do I paint that, or do I put a wash in there? Let's have a look. Hang a panel line in there and see. Looks. Might do the job. So I'll let that go off and see what that does. I'm happy, I'll leave it as is. If I'm not, then I'll add something else. Right. Yeah, we've got nuts, bolts, we've got rings to go on there. Now, do I do them as brass? I think I will. Oh. Bit of retributor armour. Bit of that stuff. Should do them. Give that a nice old shaky kins, and then we'll try and get some of that going on there. Let's see what we can achieve. Again, I can keep going around with the black paint afterwards, after I've painted these. It's just I forgot to paint them. Yeah. And it's the little details like this that you keep going backwards and forwards, picking out, and then you can come back, touch up anything where you've brushed over, just work your way backwards and forwards. A bit like we're doing with the Lehman Russ on the Sunday shows with the striping. You start a bit, go back, start the next bit, go back. Try not to shake when you're putting the gold on, Cole, but hey ho, cover that. Just make sure I'm not going to break anything before I move that over there. So, one there, one in there. It's just a matter of taking advantage of the angle that you've got it at that moment in time. But it really is quite a cumbersome thing at this stage, because you don't want to break what you've done already. And also, you don't want to rub off any paint that you've already painted on. So, yeah, I've got a few shonky bits in there, but we can recover that. What else? What else is under there that needs a bit of that on there? We've done them clips. We've got to come round with a bit of black on there. That's had clips that side. That's got them on. I think we can say that that's done with. So we can put now a bit of Abaddon black over there in a moment. Armour go off. And then see what we got underneath there. A few little pipes and brackets to do under there. Let's have a bit of that. Let's get a bit of black in there. That's better. It's coming alive now, that pot of black. I didn't think it would take long. Right. Didn't quite give me the black line I wanted under there, so we'll go in with a bit of Abaddon just to darken it down a bit. It's better. We've got a bit of black to go around in there. Cover that. And then it's a matter of going round bits and pieces. Then I've got a lighter grey to go on there, so I shall come back for that. Touch up red to do over there. Yeah, let's have a looky-loo. See whether I can start getting some of this done. Still not sure what to do about that inner pipe yet, whether to keep that black or whether to go back with a different colour. Haven't decided. See what I think when it's painted. Get the hand of restingness. Go. Way around. There. Days. Get a bit off the wet palette there. Just come across there. A bit of that on there. See what we can get behind there. What's there? It's just a matter of chasing round where you've been, just to clean any slightly scuzzy edges up that you may have had a boo-boo with. That's the beauty of this, or these Citadel paints, is if you do make a mistake, they're so rich with their pigment that you can literally go straight over it with the next colour and it's gone, done. I do like that about these, especially with my situation of twitches and all of that. Like, it does save me a lot of hassle if I do, excuse me, if I do make a boo-boo. I can literally go back and address it without killing the paint job. So for me, that's quite a huge selling point with these. Right, let's try and get into that little cubby-hole over there and see what we can achieve. There you go. Yeah. Not sure what my next Warhammer vehicle's going to be honest with you. Mind you saying that, I've got the X-Wing over there. I'm going to repaint. So. Hello, geese.
Hey. Did I miss anything?
No, I was just padding out until you got back, mate.
I don't know. It's your show. You're the main event here. You know, I'm just the.
No, not at all, mate. No, I was just padding out, mate. You know me.
Padding out, my.
I was actually talking to the audience. I know. Scary Foxx.
Wait, what? So what is it?
Yeah. No, it was. No, I was just talking about figuring out what my next build will be. But I've got the X-Wing Wazbomb over there, and I've got the Dakar car, haven't I, that I've been doing to finish. Right. So I shall, after I've done this, I shall probably bring them on the bench and start on them.
See, I'm still all over the place because there's so many things I want to do.
Yeah.
When I finish this thing that I'm currently doing free models, oh no, I gave some of it away.
Yeah.
When I'm currently finished doing all this animation stuff. I don't know. I said I'd do the Wazbomb Dakar Jet thing.
Yeah.
Then I was thinking earlier on that I might just, you know, do some of my Forge World stuff. But then I remembered I've got Kairos Fate Weaver and I've got RK on the Everchosen. I need to get them done. And I'm like, I've never tried painting a big, massive character before. That could be interesting.
Yeah, there's quite a lot we've got left to do, isn't there? It's like, yeah.
So,
you know, we've still got a shed load of Forge World stuff, haven't we? Grot tanks.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've enjoyed doing this so much, you know, painting this. And it showed me that I can do painting on a stream, which I always thought I avoided because I thought it'd be living hell. But that I'm looking forward to, you know, when we finish our Lehman Rust tanks and stuff. I'm not looking forward to when we finish them, but once we finish them,
yeah,
of course, then the sky is my oyster, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. But they've been real fun as well, haven't they? Yeah,
and hopefully you've learned a fair bit, useful stuff.
Yeah,
I think you have. I hope you have.
Yeah, it's been all right, mate.
I know you've said. I'm pretty sure you've said yourself that you've done some things on other builds since you've learned bits.
Oh yeah, it comes in handy, mate. Because you can just apply it.
Sorry, did I just do that? I did that, didn't I?
What's that?
I said, who's Andy?
You did, yeah. Yeah, I'll let you have that one.
Go on then. Good lad. And so you should.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's a whole different way of doing it.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing, because like anything, there's more than one way to do things, isn't there?
Yeah.
I like learning new things.
That's the beauty of gas, you see.
It just keeps you inspired, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Keeps your interest going, because The minute you sit there and think you've learned everything about this hobby, you might as well stop.
Yeah, it's a bit like saying, "Oh, we know everything there is to know in physics now," and that 100 years ago, and then they discovered quantum mechanics. So,
Yeah.
That didn't pan out, did it?
Talking of quantum mechanics, Sagan's in.
Oh, hang on. Oh, crap. Hang on. Wait.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a sec that Sagan's in, shall I?
Yeah, don't tell me now. Tell me in 2 seconds.
Okay. So, yeah, did you hear the one about the Irishman? Oh, yeah, by the way, Fox, Sagan's in, mate.
Is he?
Yeah.
Every one of us is, in the cosmic perspective, precious. If a human disagrees with you, let him live. In 100 billion galaxies, you will not find another.
There you go. See, now that was quality timing, wasn't it?
That was perfect timing. How could we have even begun to know that? How did I even know to have that ready?
I know.
It's uncanny. So realistic.
I'm so proud of you, mate. That was like a proper professional segue, wasn't it?
It's like the real thing, but petite.
We both need to get out more, don't we?
What are we? We're idiots.
Is the correct answer. I like being an idiot.
I like poos.
Yeah, nice to see you in, Jeff, by the way, mate. Hope you're keeping well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you still like peas, do you?
Poo.
Yeah. I like peas. You get all your peas.
Poos. How do you like peas? Because they're less scary than girls.
Yeah.
I will openly admit that ladies confuse and terrify me. I always have. I grew up in a family with just boys, and so I have no concept of the ladies at all. I'm just confused by them.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my mates said that he fully understood women's logic, and I went, "Yeah, you're full of it, mate. No one understands women's logic."
No, well, no man understands.
No, no man does. Yeah, other women might, but blokes don't. We're useless, mate.
Oh, women do. Women absolutely know what they're doing.
Yeah, we ain't got a scoop, mate. We'd like to think we have, but we haven't.
Men that think that they're alpha male. Yeah, good luck with that, bro.
Yeah, room full of meatheads. It's like, yeah, of course they can.
Yeah. I fully understand that men are subordinate to women. It's absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not so stupid that I haven't figured that out. I'm so stupid actually, but I've still figured that out. Super match game, bomb.
I thought I was getting the understanding of H and how she thinks once, and I soon lost. I soon lost that idea, and it's like
she put you right on that one, did she?
Yeah, she corrected the error of my ways. It's like, I stupidly for a minute, love, thought that I knew how you thought. I won't do that again.
Yeah, you won't make that mistake again, will you?
No, it's like, that's good, boy.
A man's life is a collection of mistakes he won't make a second time.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at chat. Jeff is in. We've done that one. Woohoo! New Carl Sagan quote. He says, "All's good here. Hope all's well with everyone." Says Jeff. Yeah, we're all fine and dandy.
We're fine and dandy, oh mate.
Yes. Now I do have something to show the good people in a bit.
Oh dear.
And you know what it is.
Because I know what it is. Yeah.
Yes. Because somebody in this room who is not me. Just a hint there. Just work your way through that one. Somebody in this room who is not me may have made a weird decision.
That probably will come back and haunt him for the rest of his life.
Yeah, it's a weird decision, but it's a good decision. But I kind of set him up for it, and even I don't know quite where it's come from, but
I didn't think you thought I would go with it.
No. Well, the original suggestion for the idea was something we won't discuss, but that you know, I didn't think you'd actually turn it back on yourself. But
yeah.
We'll talk about that later. We'll take a break in a bit when you have to stand up, and
You would have thought I would have learnt my lesson from Cookergate, wouldn't you?
No. Like what we just said about being a bloke. We're idiots. We learn nothing.
Exactly.
The only thing we learn as men is that we'll have forgotten what it is we're supposed to have learned the next time we need to know it. We're sapient enough to know we've forgotten something.
Yeah, we would have forgotten what it was the wife told us not to forget.
Yep. We know we need to remember something.
Yeah.
But good luck with the specifics.
Oh, yeah. It's like when you see a man buying a birthday card after 5 p.m. of the night, it's because he's got to go home and he's forgotten that it is his wife's birthday.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much how most petrol stations sell their
flowers
and birthday cards, anniversary cards.
Oh, yes. We've all made that mistake.
Mm-hmm. And you know how you can avoid? I was dead clever, you see. You know how I managed to avoid turning up with flowers that were in a shitty bit of plastic wrap and they could instantly tell they were from the petrol station?
Cemetery?
No, you take the plastic wrap off.
Oh.
Then they can't tell they're from petrol station, you see.
Yeah,
I'm clever, you see.
You are good.
Down there I'm dancing, but up there I'm thinking.
I'm impressed.
Yeah. I'm actually now painting highlights. Not highlights so much, but I'm actually painting the original colour on these diamonds in the middle of the diamonds to make them nice and clean again.
My God.
I really am taking this. I think I'm putting so much effort into one missile because I really don't want to go and paint the other ones. I think even I'm realising it's a bit obvious now.
Yeah. You're realising the error of your ways, aren't you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I will find painting a big thing like, you know, Kairos Fate Weaver or Archaon the Ever-Chosen. I will find it very daunting because it's a big...
It's a big-ass paint job, mate, isn't it?
Well, it's a big paint job, but it's the kind of thing where you've got lots of transitions and gradients, and it's like, oh, you've got to do... They're the kind of things that you put in to win awards, those figures. So doing it live on a live stream when I've never painted something like that before will be interesting.
Yeah.
I've still got my Mortarion to do, but maybe I'll do that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've got Warlek and Insane Blade film next year. Got the X-Wing to do.
Yeah. I mean, vehicles is one thing, because vehicles I can deal with. I can paint them and weather them and everything. I know what I can do with vehicles to make them look all right, but figures? Big figures? Like big character? I've never painted like a dragon before, or a dragon with feathers and bird feet and two heads, and lots of shiny gold things, and where the wings have to be 3 different shades of blue that all softly blend into each other. What? Could be interesting. Could be an absolute disaster. Also, they're the kind of models that are too big to fit in any known vessel that you can put Dettol in, which is a bit of a pain.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of them, and it's like, if it does go Pete, Tom.
Yeah, like if you had to strip this thing now, this stompa, you know, the Dettol wouldn't be expensive, but what the hell would you put it in?
Luckily for me, I have an old parts washer left over from when I did the bikes.
And his name is?
Yeah, so it did that. Yeah, if you wonder what happened to Baldrick, No, it's basically the big steel box with the pump in it and everything. So if I need to do anything big, it goes in there. You just switch the pump on and it'll pump fresh Dettol over the model and just washes it nicely. But
nice bit of fresh pump.
Yeah, but God, it's an half pen and ink when you open the lid.
Yeah. That's the thing with Dettol. It's one of those smells. It's a pleasant smell. It reminds me of primary school. But when it's all day in the house, you're like, yeah, it's quite intense now. I'm quite feeling a bit.
Yeah, it can flare your nostrils a bit, can't it?
Yeah, it can be a bit too much sometimes.
So I've got a bit of that.
La.
Bit of that.
Well, my nice, neat and tidy missile is now not looking quite as nice and neat and tidy.
Oh, isn't it? Oh, dear.
Well, it kind of is and isn't. But then again, I'll just assume that the orcs have painted the checkers on. So.
Yeah. Jeff is saying the stompers are beginning to look good. Lovely. Cheers, Jeff. Thanks for the feedback, mate. Every little bit helps.
What do you mean, beginning?
They're looking good.
What do you mean, beginning to look good?
No, that was me saying beginning to look good. Yeah.
Tart. No, thank you very much. Yeah. I'm only joking.
Yeah, Muse is in saying hello, as is Wayne. Wayne's in saying hello. Hello, Wayne. How you doing,
hello,
mate?
Wayne.
Lovely
hello,
to see
hello.
you in. Panzer's in as well, saying hello. Hello, Panzer. How you doing, mate?
Hello. Willkommen auf dem Livestream, gefahren.
Yeah, we are still at it.
I think it looks a bit scruffy now, but once it's got a matte coat varnish on it, even though I can't really matte coat that, so what I might have to do is not actually matte coat that at all.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I've done the metallic bits now. My choice would be to either, because I'm never going to touch this once it's been painted, so I might either leave it as it is and then just lamy and medium over the matte bits to make them look not shiny.
Yeah.
Or I could gloss varnish the whole thing and then lamy and medium over the matte bits so the metallics still look metallic-y. Because if I matte varnish this, I've just been over the metallics with the shiny metallic colours.
Yeah.
Like an idiot, because I forgot. What about matte varnish? Oh, yeah. So that was kind of stupid.
Yeah.
It may be easier to do a light gloss varnish over that and then go over the matte bits with lamy and medium.
You're good.
I can't really show anyone because it's too small. Get on camera.
Not lamekins.
It's too small. All that work.
All
and
that
it
work.
Can't be seen by the human eye. It can. Oh, hello. There's a little tiny. Ooh.
Oh, he spotted something.
I wonder if I not got a lighter brass colour. Come on now, Fox. Come on.
Yeah, come on, Fox. Sort it out, will it? I'm crying out loud. What's up with you?
Sort your shizzle out.
What?
I've got Auric Armour Gold, but that's not really. Yeah. No. Balthazar Gold, that's a gold colour. Warplock Bronze is too dark.
Happy days.
Oh.
Right, what was we doing? We was doing a bit of that.
What was the base coat? Was that Brass Scorpion as well?
Yeah, everyone's saying hello to each other there.
Hello to each other there.
Wayne says cemetery flowers, free for £1. Love it. Yeah.
Oh, just free.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to stick some Gehenna's Gold. I've never used Gehenna's Gold. And it's one of those paints that they used once in one of the like how to paint videos on the Warhammer TV channel and then never used it again.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because I think it's one of those ones where they brought Retributor armor afterwards and then stopped using it. It's quite funny how sometimes you'll get a paint referred to in one of the videos and you're like, whoa, there's a paint that's never been heard of before. Now we're going to paint this thing with these one little brush full of Spomulus Orange, and it's the only time this paint's ever been used, ever. So I'm going to try and get this on thinly. It's like a rustic, a ruddy brown, a ruddy red gold colour, which is quite nice. But I want it as a glaze on this brassy bit. Brassy bits out.
How do I do this to myself?
What are you doing? What have you done?
Freehand painting a glyph.
Yeah, that's all right. Glyphs are quite good. You don't need to be. It's not like trying to paint a tactical marking on a Space Marine thing. You'll be good.
Try to hold on to the foot, Cole. It won't keep sliding away from you then.
Sliding away. There's a little tiny bit on this missile rack.
Yeah.
Where it's attached. And it looks like a little box with a tiny little like voltage meter on it.
Yeah.
Like a little VU meter. So I'm tempted to paint white in there and then just put a little bit of green in there to make it look like a little display screen.
Absolutely. I'm sure it'll look mint, mate.
Or not. Maybe just paint some white and leave it.
You says he's found something to paint that no one will ever see. Absolutely.
most of the painting we do is something to paint that no one will ever see.
Oh, yeah.
That's the beauty of gas, you see.
Most of the things I paint, I'm hoping no one ever sees. That's what I did there.
You know what I actually saw today for some reason? I actually had occasion to watch a 1980s advert for Tweed by Lantherique.
Oh, really?
Proper Christmas Tweed advert, and I'm like, oh, why did I watch that? Diddly bum bum.
I used to love it when you used to get that year's 8-minute Woolworths advert on.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. I was going to do something then, and what I was going to do was find some white. Yeah, handy tip for you folks. If you've got something that's a mix of shiny and not shiny, like this missile, if you want to not mess it up like I just did, then do all your metallic colours, put your shade on if you're using a shade or a wash, because your shade is matte, and it'll make all your metallics go matte, and then leave it until you've painted everything else. Do all your other painting, matte varnish the whole model, and then go back with your metallics and build up the highlights on the metallic parts. And that way you have a nice matte model with shiny metallic bits sticking out.
There you go.
Yeah. I've seen people when they do it, they put all the work into it and they sit there and then they put all this beautiful metallic and then they just matte varnish the whole thing. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, why?
So now that gold is now just kind of brown. Okay.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done, that man. So yeah, leave your metallic highlights until after you've done your matte varnish. Trust your Uncle Fox. So I'm going to put green in here. I'm going to put white in this little recessed screen. Thinned it a little bit so it's not too... So it'll sort of do a bit of surface tension and not mess up too much. Well, it messed up a little bit, but we can...
Oh, you're good, you are.
So put it in there like that.
This is why you're a guru, you know.
Do you know? I'm not model making guru. I'm Fox from model making guru. There you go.
Yeah, I know, but I know it annoys you.
That's how I get out of that one.
Yeah, but I know it annoys you.
I know.
This is what we do. We pick on each other mercilessly, don't we?
Absolutely. It should be no other way.
It's like Ted used to always call me Fiesta 67, and I used to say to him, "Yeah, you've been at your stash again, Ted, didn't you?" He's like, "Fiesta 67's in." I'm like, "Yeah." I tell Mrs. Ted.
I find this amusing that you're calling out Ted's mispronunciation.
Good, isn't it?
No, I'm more amused by the irony of it.
I know. Mate, you've got to give me credit. I've got to clutch me hands at something, you know. I've got to clutch at straws. Yeah.
Well, it's either that or clutch at pearls, and clutching your pearls isn't impressive.
Nah.
I'm going to have to touch that up a little bit.
Get back to Ted and his razzle, is it?
I don't know.
Poor Ted.
Every time I go downstairs and Mama Fox is watching Heartbeat.
Yeah.
And they're at the garage with green grass and the old guy that runs the garage.
Yeah.
What's his name? Anyway, that old guy. I always look at that and think,
green grass? No.
It's like an older version of Ted.
Yeah.
Older, thinner version of Ted with the moustache. That'd be Ted if he let himself go.
Oh, mate.
Joel Grit says, I'm off to get some shut-eye. I need to get up in the morning. Thanks,
no
guys.
worries, Joel. Not a problem, mate. Thank you for coming in and spending some time with us too, mate.
Yep. Take care, buddy.
Always nice to see folks, isn't it? Right. So we've got a bit of that going on, so let that dry.
Bit of that.
Oh, yeah, that was what I was after. Bit of that. It's in there, nice son. How does that? That'll do.
Yeah, handy tip. If you got like, you won't even see this on camera, but there's like a box with a little tiny screen that looks like an old VU meter.
Yeah.
If you want to paint things like that, go in with some white first.
Do you want me to bung you on the full screen?
No, you won't be able, it's too small to focus on, so it's
all right, mate. How are you liking the layout, folks? Is it working for you now? Out of interest, you know, having a slightly bigger on the screen. Is it something that you like?
If it isn't, tough. That's what you're getting.
No, it's just I like feedback.
I'm joking.
Yeah. I think it's certainly made a difference, hasn't it?
Yeah. No, I'm not doing the thing that I tend to do all the time, which is not happening anymore, thankfully. I'm not going to say it out loud for obvious reasons. You know what I'm talking about.
I do. I'm not even thinking of it.
Good. Windmills and daffodils, that's what I'm thinking about. Windmills and things.
That's why I asked earlier about AMV, just to make sure, because, yeah.
Yeah. Right, so this little VU meter is so small, I couldn't possibly paint. I mean, I could theoretically paint a little tiny VU needle in it, like a little needle thing. Actually, I probably could.
I think you could.
Because what I was going to do was paint white in there and then go in with some Lamenter's yellow or any old yellow glaze.
Lamenter's yellow, he said it.
And then it looks like if you've ever seen the old voltage meter, like on a mixer, and they have the meters with the yellow glow around them. But I think I might be able to paint a red line on that. Let's go for the world's smallest brush that's made of molecules.
He said Lamenter's yellow. Oh, Lamenter's yellow.
There's a bit of, my table got a little bit higher. Just right, let's get some red. I'm going to use my broken toads.
Oh,
broken toads.
I'm impressed.
I may have to do this off camera because it's so small.
Broken toads have entered the building.
I'm going to put a line on that.
Spiddy Q8 is in. Hello, Spiddy. How you doing, fella? Lovely to see you in, mate. Oh, we've got some audience of wisdom tonight, haven't we? Eh?
Huge success. I'll take a photograph in a minute and I'll show you that one. It's easier. I can show a big photograph on screen.
Oh, I'm impressed with you, you know.
I wouldn't be. I'm really quite unimpressive when you see me in real life.
Oh, 10x pay for the Duncan quote.
Quite disappointing. If you meet me in real life, I do apologise in advance. I'm quite disappointed. Yeah.
Let's clean that off.
Watching his latest video, he did this thing where he's talking to camera and then the camera cuts to a different angle.
Yeah.
And it's like a Dutch angle where he's not quite looking into the camera. It's like looking at the third three-quarter shot of his face. And I'm like, oh, I hope you don't keep doing that because that's really crap.
Yeah. He's funny.
He started doing that on Warhammer TV and it's like, could you not do that, please?
Yeah, he's such a neckbeard. He really is.
No. It's just, I hate it when, if it's a piece where somebody's talking to the viewer.
Yeah.
The camera should look at the person and so that it looks like the person's talking to the viewer.
Oh, yeah. It looks like you're acknowledging the viewer then. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if I'm talking to the viewer and suddenly the camera angle changes, I'm staring off into the middle distance, it's stupid.
Yeah.
Who am I suddenly talking to? Nonsense.
Yeah.
You should be sacked. So I hope they don't do that. And there's a lot of bits where they're painted with a wobbly handheld camera and it's like, I'd rather just see him painting it clearly than it being all stylish and wobbly. I shall take a photograph. It'll be a crappy iPad photograph, but, you know, you get what you give them.
Still a photograph.
Oh, it's still a photograph. It may be garbage. There may be garbage ahead. I've got to see if I can actually take a photograph of it. It'll look terrible when I take a photograph, though.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with terrible photographs. We all take them.
Right. Okay, so I have now painted on the side of that missile this tiny little VU meter. It's not perfect, but it's going to have a yellow glaze on it in a minute. And it's literally, I mean, if you can see, it's literally that big on the side there.
I'm impressed, soldier.
That bit there. So that's that little meter. So I'll paint that little light red and then I'll put some yellow glaze in that thing. It looks like a little VU meter there, you see?
You're so good.
Then nobody will ever see that because guaranteed it's going to be underneath where nobody can actually see it.
No one's ever going to see it once the missile's on there, but you know it's there, dude.
Well, I hadn't realised, but it is actually going to be underneath, and I'm like, oh. I was kind of hoping it'd be quite visible. Never mind.
What you like?
I like to show my stuff off.
Ouch.
Jeff calls Spiddy Q8 Spidge.
The legend. Spidge. The legends. Pagan and Spiddy Q8. Now there is a couple of gents with wisdom.
I think you need to put me full screen, but I'm just going to do a bit of focusing first. Let me just focus.
Hold up a minute. Let's just clean me brush off then. I've literally just put paint on it.
Okay. It's very important that I show this, but I need to do a quick focus set. So right, okay.
Yeah, you're full screen. You've now gone blurry now that you've took it away again.
That's fine, because I've adjusted the focus.
Yeah, I see what you did there. Yeah. Yeah, that's all right, but I know that you're running out.
I've got 4 pots of it.
You get 4 pots of it.
Oh,
yeah.
2010.
No one likes to show off.
I'm not showing off. I'm just boasting a little bit, perhaps, slightly. I need to redo my focus now, don't I? God damn it. I just wanted the people to see.
Are we going down that road, are we?
I wanted the people to see what... So they can all write to Games Workshop and protest vociferously about the lack of Lamenter's Yellow existing anymore, ever. It's like, yeah, your contrast paints are fine, but can you bring your glazes back? Because they're not hot garbage.
Dun, 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 dun.
Hang on. You're under my mix. Oh, look at that. Good made versions. Woo.
Absolutely. If you can't get it, make your own.
Yeah, and if you can't make your own, just beat someone up and steal theirs. So, I don't actually suggest you do that. I'm going to take some Lamenter's Yellow, which is a glaze. It's a bit like contrast paint, but not rubbish. And I'm just going to touch it into that little VU meter. And it's just going to give it a yellow tinge. And that's it. Now, if it were bigger, it's actually quite small, sadly, but if it was bigger, then it would collect around the outside edges and in the middle would still look fairly white, and it would look like a proper VU meter on a mixing desk with the yellow glow around the edge, because you still have little bulbs that lit them up. Sadly, it's too small to do that, unfortunately. No, it just looks like I've painted it yellow, which is a bit rubbish, but you know, and I know.
Absolutely.
The truth of this matter. Oh, by it, Gromit. Did you hear that then?
I did. I'm suitably impressed.
Was that you?
Oh, no, if it was me, cool, yeah.
Yeah, filthy dirty little bugger. I painted the little light orange on it. And that will do for that missile, I think. Because I'm bored of it now.
Good.
6 hours painting one missile. Woo! Yeah, but I've only been putting it off because I've now got to paint the other ones that are actually in situ, and that's going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, they're the ones you've been looking forward to, aren't they, mate?
Oh, absolutely. How you getting on with yours, buddy? What are you doing?
All right, I'm trying to paint a glyph, mate, hence why I'm quiet.
Oh, yeah. Won't disturb you.
No, you're all right.
No, I'll ask.
That's why I've been doing because,
I know.
It's like, no, I'm determined to get this little corner as near as damn it as I can.
Good lad. Well, tell us what it is when you can.
I don't know what it is. It looks like would help if I stop leaning on it and it's sliding across the bench, but hey ho. Yeah. Get in there. It'll come good. Just a little half omega, is it? What symbol?
Oh, you mean like the ultramarine symbol thing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like it's a bit of a stolen
plate. It's basically been nicked off the side of whatever.
Nice. So, I like what you're doing there.
Yeah,
just fully approve of this.
Just needs a little bit of touch up round there, but I did say that I would freehand a glyph, and
yeah. Good girl.
Say I'm learning.
I thought you were doing like an alt glyph or something. I was like,
yeah, I've got enough of them on there, mate.
Yeah.
Let that
glyphs are easy because they're all square. They're all squares and edges and stuff. Whereas other markings are like circles and things. Great. That's the tricky bit doing that.
Yeah, I just thought something different, innit?
Tomorrow's challenge: paint an entire salamander symbol on there. No, no. Paint Blood Angels thing for you. No. I've got to go off camera now because I've shot.
Yeah, paint diamonds. No.
No. Well, we'll talk about that in a moment.
Yeah. Oh, God. I know. I don't do things by half, mate.
No.
You can have that.
If Festa ever gets a swimming pool, it'll be deep end all the way along.
Oh, yeah.
It'll all be deep end.
Guarantee you, mate, whenever I go swimming, first thing, deep end.
Yeah.
Even at the hydrotherapy.
This might be swimming pool. Which is the deep end? Yes.
Yeah. Right. Come down this end. No, that's the shallow end. I want to go in the deep end. No, you've got to use the steps. I'm not that. Yeah, got to use the old man steps. Is that what you're saying? Really? I want to do a bomb in the deep end.
Yeah, and then you realise it's H telling you that, and you just shut up and get on with it.
Yeah.
And then you go, oh, still do as I'm told.
Oh, yeah.
There's two things Festa knows for sure in life. There are choices, and then there are things that H says.
Yeah. 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 I look at her and I'm like, yeah. What do you think I should do then, dear?
Never the twain should meet.
Yeah. Which is the sensible thing that I'm not thinking of that you'd like me to do?
Mm-hmm. La 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 bibbidi bobbidi bib. Right.
Just get that face palm of disappointment.
Palm. I don't think I suspect I reckon she does more like the eye roll or the looking up kind of eye roll.
Oh yeah, you get the eye roll or you get the looking over the glasses in disgust at me, and I'm like, yeah, I did do that, dear honest.
The librarian look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She just looks really.
That kind of thing where you sit there and go, yeah, I did just say that, didn't I?
Yeah. She's like, are you ever going to learn? No, dear.
No. No, dear. Is she ever going to stop asking that question? Because it's really obvious you're never going to learn.
Exactly. So you married me, love. Yeah, and I've regretted it ever since, she says.
She's not going to like that, is she? It's your own fault, love. And I'm running. I'm running. And we're running.
Yeah. You only have yourself to blame, love. Yeah. You know where you've got to head to? She goes, I'm on me way, love.
I'm on me way. I'm on me way. Where's Corvus Black? There.
Rolls her eyes up. Why me?
Oh, that was great. That's not brilliant.
Oh dear.
That was my wet palette. Went for a 6 for a bit.
Oh dear. Makes a change.
Well, it's
for it to be someone else other than me.
Yeah, no, I picked it up and it's the silly Army Painter. The lid doesn't. It's not a clicking lid. It just loosely sits. So I picked it up and it flew. So one thing I don't like about this palette, the lid just sits on top.
Yeah. Yeah, it's their one cruddy design feature, isn't it?
Yeah. I guess I'll go and sort my wet palette out back in a minute.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh,
dear, you had one job.
It's all pretty colours now.
Oh, bless him. You two can be like Fox. Right, what colour's that? Oh, that's... we want a bit of Rhinox. This bit of Rhinoxide. Edward Leonard's in. Hello, Edward. How you doing, mate? Lovely to see you in. Muse is off-ski. He says, hi and bye, Muse. Muse has got to go back to work. She says, see you later. Tell her, Muse. See you later, darling. Squishy alert, Edward Leonard. Being that Fox isn't there. Not as good as a Fox squishy, but there you go. I'm sure you'll get a squishy and a shrimp when he comes back. Because I shall let him know.
And I'm back.
There you go. Squishy alert.
Oh. With a bonus shrimp.
There you go. See, told you, Edward.
Bonus shrimp.
There you go.
Got a wet bottom. Ugh.
You want to whine now, don't you?
No. My wet palette was all pretty colours.
Yeah, it's annoying though, isn't it? That's the only thing that lets it down.
Yeah, it's like, and the thing that grabs my ass is you've got these two lids. You've got the lid that you put the brushes on, and this black lid doesn't fit. It doesn't go on. You can't. You have to put this on first. So if I'm just losing it for a minute when I put it to one side, I have to do that. And then I picked it up and it went like that. You see, because like that's a tub and the lid just snaps into place. So come on, Army Painter, sort your crap out. Make a proper sealing one
Yeah,
that's
do
got
a
a seal on.
Mark II.
Yeah, where the lid actually snaps shut and it's actually airtight. That'd be nice. That'd be lovely. It'd be lovely, lovely, lovely. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. Paint on my carpet now. Fascists.
It's all right. It'll come out with a sponge, won't it?
No. I just can't be bothered. You can just stay multicoloured carpet. You assume I have pride in my carpet. No. Under my bench.
There's
my
me
bench
giving
carpet.
you the benefit of the doubt.
No. I am a bloke.
Yeah. I should have realised.
Yeah, beat us under my workbench. No. I ain't getting no visit from the vicar on a Sunday lunchtime, so I'm not that worried. And there we go. Done. Have you seen me washboard? Right, where am I doing? I was going to do something. Corvus Black, that's the one. Corvus Black. Where's my other brush? I was in the middle of dusting as well, wasn't it? Yes.
It's going all wrong. All going wrong, is it?
All right. It's fine. Right, Corvus Black. Yes. I suddenly realised I got a couple of the refill sets for this. Like I was saying last week, so I'm going to use my normal roll of for things like these shows where I'm going to do this for a couple of hours and then just throw it away because I can't leave it. I'll just use my normal roll of 10cm parchment paper.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to be painting for a good solid day or a session of off for a build or just off camera or whatever else, I'll use the actual palette pad full sheets. Because I'm only going to use a little bit of this strip and I'll throw it away after I'm done. So there's no point wasting a whole sheet. And I realised I got a couple of backup packs and I sort of put them all into one thing. And I'm like, I've got 150 parchment sheets now.
Yeah.
150 actual sheets of parchment paper. That's going to last me forever.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got 2 packs of the Army Painter and a big, huge roll of parchment paper. It's like, yeah.
Because you get 50 in a pack, don't you, son?
Yeah.
So I'll just save that. I'll save the big proper sheets just until it's going to be like an all-day session kind of thing, and I'm going to use a full sheet.
Well, one of my packets is left as full sheets, and the other one I've cut all the sheets in half.
Yeah. Well, I was doing that with the sponge, wasn't I? I cut one of my sheets down, my sponges down to size to fit into my other little wet palette, but it went mouldy, which was rubbish.
Yeah, it's shoddy, mate, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, yeah. But that's the thing, because these aren't airtight, and because if you leave them for a few days, they just become mouldy and horrible. Or they might become mouldy and horrible. They do in my case. If I leave it for a week, I can't then afford to not, at the end of the day, just throw the paper away and start a new sheet the next day. But which does mean, unfortunately, that I'd have to then waste a lot of parchment paper. So I'd rather use the cheap roll for that. And then
I've not touched my wet palette since last week, and it's still nice and wet.
Yeah, okay, that was weird.
Yeah.
Something just went past my face. That was weird.
Oh dear, one of those flyy things, was it?
Oh, I don't know. It was like a little blur went past my face. I don't know what it was. It wasn't a flying creature. It was like just something drifted past my face, and I'm like, okay, what was that? That was weird.
Swiggy Pig's in. Morning all. Hello, mate. How are you doing? Long time no see. Hope you're keeping well,
someone
buddy.
I've not seen for a while.
Yeah, hope you're keeping well, mate. Lovely to see you in.
Aye.
Always nice to see folks. We met him at KA.Models, didn't we, Swiggy Pig?
We did, I think.
Yeah. I remember rightly.
What colour did you paint the teeth and eyes on that bomb on the top?
I've literally started with Celestra Grey, and then I'm going to do Ulfur and over the top of that.
Oh, so you're doing them white then? Okay.
Basically, the edges, yeah. I don't know really which way to go with them. I've not paid attention to any artwork, so...
I've painted the actual missile nose red, you see, something like that.
Yeah, mine's black at the moment, but...
I don't really want to paint them white, because that's going to be...
Why don't you do a red on red or something, or red and black?
I suppose I'm going to have to paint the teeth white, aren't I? really.
You know, but
yeah. I'm not going to enjoy this. Painting white's all right when it's a big flat area. When it's a little detail, it's like, oh.
No, it's pain in the arse, mate. I'll pre-warn you.
Yeah, well, I've only got a thin base coat of the red, so when I've done the white bits, I can go around with the red and straighten up any edges, I suppose.
Yeah, that's why I've kind of, left it black, because it's like, there's a bit of straightening up, and you will regret mounting it on the,
Yes, I am fully expecting. I am already sensing the regret building slowly to an offensive crescendo of agony and torture. So, as Cole rightly said, we're not painting these white. We're going in with Ulthuan Grey. A Celestra, I always forget which one it is.
Yeah, Celestra Grey base with Ulthuan even Grey.
Yeah. Oh, God, these are going to be a ball ache to paint, aren't they? Well, like I say, at least they're raised detail, and painting the red round them should be a lot easier than painting the white. I would hope. Yeah, never just paint white. We've said this before on the streams. Ulthuan Grey first, Celestra Grey first, build it up, then Ulthuan to take it to an almost off-white. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. You've got something that's close enough to white to be white. It's not horribly transparent. You've not done 4,000 coats of it. Yeah, it's going to be a case of building this colour up, isn't it? And tidying it up with the red.
Yeah, bit by bit, mate, is,
Because there's no way you can keep these triangles nice and neat.
No.
On this coat. They're going to be messy as F until I've got
I just, like I say, I've done the first coat and it's like, it's going to need multiples. But it's like, tidy it up. I've still not decided what colour I'm going to do the actual nose cone yet. That's why I've just left it black.
I've got to say, the two side teeth are fine. It's that middle tooth and that's the hard one to get to.
Yeah.
The two teeth on either side aren't that bad to hit, but yeah, that's going to be fun.
Yeah, I had to wear mine like a boxing glove in the end to get to it.
I can't do that. So these look terrible right now, but I'm going over the edges deliberately. See, so I can because when I get the red paint, I can just go with a straight line and it tidies up the edge. So always go for the easiest wins. Oh,
yeah, that's what I was saying when you was out and about when I started doing mine. It's like, I know I'm going over the lines, but when you go to repaint the cone, you can catch all of that and neaten it back up.
That's the thing. If you're painting a raised detail like that, do the raised detail colour first because you can mess it up. Because painting along the edge of a raised thing is really easy. If you try and paint a raised detail and not go over the edge, you'll suffer. Yeah. If you wait and then paint along the edge of the raised detail, you'll be fine. I think I could do. I think I might do the eyes white, but then put. Well, you see, orc eyes are red, but I've painted the actual nose cone red. So I'm thinking paint them white, but do the interior bit a different colour, like green.
Yeah.
Maybe. It doesn't make any sense because orcs don't have green eyes, but hey, in for a penny.
Absolutely.
What are you doing? You're still doing your glyphs and your markings?
No, I'm just going around and filling my eyes in ready for the colour.
Get your colour ready. I lost a little iron sight on mine.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it pinged off. I was going to look in my Dackerjet kit for a spare one. That's what I meant to do.
Yeah.
I kept forgetting.
Yeah, the amount of times I had to keep gluing that on the Dackerjet, it's like, bloody things.
Yeah. Yes, they look pretty garbage right now. But actually, that wasn't as bad as I thought. Getting to those.
No.
And if I treat with the other missiles, if I just go for simple basic colours and don't do... there's teeth on that bottom one, aren't there? Oh, crap, I forgot about them. There's teeth on that one as well, aren't there?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, you little...
Yeah, right where you can't get to it, mate.
Yeah, on the inside, left-hand side, or right-hand side.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Patron.
Yeah, you sit there and you're like, why did I glue that missile on? I did consider seeing whether I could break the bond on it, and I thought, no, my luck, there'll be an almighty crack, and it'll be,
The thing is, I probably could break it off.
Yeah.
But It's just then trying to glue it back on it. It was such an absolute chore trying to get the damn
It was a
thing
ball
stuck on
ache
in
to
the
get
first
them to
place.
stick on in the first place, wasn't it, mate?
Yeah, because they needed 2 little contact points, and it's on a curve, and it was, I don't know why, it was just really hard to get them on. So, yes, I'll have a quick look at chat while that's drying. Where are we? Jeff says to Speed, wow, I can't thank you enough. I know you have a lot of watches on your bench already. Not sure what we're talking about there. Oh, he says it's a shame if you want. Oh, I think Speed's saying send over a watch that's not working. I'll have a look at it.
Yeah.
Swigging Pig says, hi, Colin. Unfortunately, life has got in the way, so I don't have many chances to join the frolics.
That's all right, mate.
Both of us know more than easily enough about how life gets in the way.
Oh, yes.
Look at the complete lack of content on our channels for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time we've planned to do something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we're kind of surviving on live streams at the minute. It's the only thing we can schedule in with any degree of confidence.
Yeah.
Don't forget, folks, if you're watching this and you're not in the live chat, come and join the live chat. If you're embedded on Facebook or Twitter or Patreon or somewhere, if you're watching it there, click the little YouTube icon on the bottom right-hand corner. Come and join the live chat. You can ask us anything. And if you are in chat, please, for the love of dog, ask us questions.
Yeah, feel free. We don't mind. Fox will enjoy answering all of the questions.
Yeah, because otherwise we'll have to try and figure out something to talk about, and that's just garbage. Because you don't want to talk about the kind of things that go through my mind. No human should ever have to submit themselves to the kind of things that I think about.
I worry myself sometimes. I'm like, how the hell am I thinking of this? Yeah.
Yep.
Just going to clean me brush off and then be a good person and do my standy-uppy bit.
Oh, good lad. Well, while you're doing that, we can take a quick break and we can talk about a decision you have made. What you have made.
A decision that I'm going to, or that I've made that is going to back. Yeah.
Fire. Yeah. You're going to regret it.
Oh, mate, I don't care. Life is full of challenges, isn't it?
Although you do have the option of not painting that particular design on them.
Hey, mate, I said I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Cue the old man noises.
Mm-hmm. I shall let that white paint dry then, and I shall prepare the exhibition of showing.
You want me to bung your full screen, do you?
Not just yet.
Okay.
Because you need to explain the situation first. You need to explain yourself.
I need to explain the error of my judgment.
Well, you need to explain the interesting new challenge that you've set yourself.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready.
Go for it. Go for it.
I made a purchase. I have bought a set of figures known as the Harley Quinn Troop.
This is Warhammer.
Yeah, and it's purely and simply because they are so tiny, and you've got to paint Harlequins on the appropriate quarters of the outfit. Nice little diamond Harley Quinn uniform. And I'm like, I'm up for that challenge. So we was having a joke about it during the week, Fox, weren't we?
You certainly were.
And I kind of like, actually, I quite like them. I see that as a challenge for the new year. So I've only gone and ordered them.
Yeah. And I says to him, well, he was looking at something else as well. And he said, I'll get this as well. And I said, well, why don't I've got that and I'm never going to build it and paint it. So why don't I send that to you?
Yeah.
So I'm going to send him. Now, I apologise for the writing over the top.
Do you want me to put you full screen?
You can do. It was sent to me by Goblin Gaming, because when we used to be affiliates, they used to do care packages for their affiliates and send them stuff. And they sent me this I assume to build and paint and film, but I never did, and we're not affiliates anymore. But they sent me that. A Harlequin Star Weaver, which you can't really see because of all the writing, but look at that.
Yeah.
There's all different designs, but the one Colin is interested in, I love all this. That's some serious hardcore masking. And it's not just diamonds, it's diamonds on top of diamonds set aside from them. I'll put the focus a bit better. Hang on. If I can get the focus good, that would be probably a good idea, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And I'm actually looking forward to the challenge, to be honest with you.
It's not just diamonds. There's diamonds on the diamonds. It's two sets of masking. And you can paint it however you want. You don't have to do these two Colin designs. There's probably other designs. But the thing that sold Colin on the actual figures, and there's not a real example of them here, but you can see on these guys, I think.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
It's hard to see, but they have this kind of harlequin diamond pattern on their outfit, like the legs and the arms and the torso. However, there you go. That's a better example there. You can see on this guy's arm.
Yeah.
However, let me show you something.
I know this is. It sounded a good idea until he opened the box, and it's like, oh bollocks! What have I let myself in for?
Let me show you the leg of one of these chaps.
There you go. Look at that, folks.
There. Or that's the leg. That's the torso.
Yeah.
Have we got any arms? Let's have a look at some arms. There's an arm.
Yeah.
There. That's an arm. He's got to try and paint a complicated diamond pattern on that. And what's even worse is the diamond pattern on these guys. On the arm, you've got like blue and what I've called they are blue and kind of red diamonds, but all the diamonds have outlines on them.
Yeah.
Hey. So yes, Colin. These guys are smaller than Sisters of Battle. Tiny. Look at that.
I'll tell you something though. I'm just thinking of how many XP I'm going to get off of you if I manage to succeed.
Oh, you get all the XP, and you know you're not allowed to print a really complicated decal sheet. It's
no, I'm not going to print a decal sheet. No, it's going to be done by hand.
It's a mint-looking skimmer kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get all the guys in the back and the guy in the cockpit.
Yeah, no decals are going to be thing. It would kill the concept.
I mean, there are diamonds on the decals, but they're more like markings and stuff. They're for different markings and things. But yes, how you decide to do the actual diamonds on the hull.
You're just sitting there going, yeah, he really don't know what he's let himself in for. I know.
Yeah.
But just think of all the new swear words you're going to learn from me, mate.
You're going to learn some exciting new swear words.
There'll be some good ones in there, mate.
Oh yeah, there'll be some brilliant ones. I'll see if it gets back in the box. It's a bit of a pig. So anyway, I've had this kicking about, and I'm never going to get around to building it. I thought about it once, and then looked at the diamond pattern and thought I'd rather eat my own face.
Yeah, large dose of can't be. Yeah.
Well, it was things like it'd be like I could quite happily do the diamond pattern. I know how you do it. I know how you do it. The diamonds just happen to be as tall as the width of a strip of 8mm Tamiya tape, for example. Bit of a hint, but I know I'd do all that and then pull the tape off and the paint would come off because I've avoided masking for the last year or so because every time I've done it, it's pulled paint off. So.
I'm not going to mask any of it.
Really? You're going to try and achieve that?
Yeah.
Without masking?
Yeah, not masking any of it. I'll throw that one in. I'm throwing that one in there now.
Are you going to get look as crisp as that though?
That'll be the challenge.
You know what? I've just noticed as well. Not only are they like the cyan diamonds on the black background, have you noticed how the cyan diamonds get darker towards the bottom? I
noticed how they fade at the bottom, That's what attracted me to the paint scheme, that transition. I'm like, oh, yeah, I like that.
I saw one where, and I can't remember the specifics, but I'll make it up out of full cloth, but it was basically, imagine, whatever it was, it starts off black at this end.
Yeah.
And goes to blue at that end. And then the diamonds that start off black at this end will go to blue as they get towards the back.
Yeah.
So you've got the same shade from blue to black, but swapped over.
Yeah.
And it looked fantastic.
Yeah. I'm not going to employ any masking tape.
Wow. I'm impressed. I'll be impressed. But anyway, as soon as I can find a box to put that in.
No worries, mate. It's one of those. I was thinking about it the other night when we was chatting, and I've been pondering how I'm going to approach it. And I'm like, I'm not going to mask it. It's like, no.
Edward Leonard says, send them to me and I'll paint them for you, but it's going to cost you a lot.
Yeah.
Jeff says, look at the diamondularity. Paul Dispasso's in. Welcome, Paul.
Hello, Paul. How you doing? Love to you and Dawn.
Speedy Curate says, what did I miss with the yellow stuff, Fox? What's the drama with Lamenter's yellow? Quite simple. Lamenter's yellow, I'm still not focused on them. Lamenter's yellow is a glaze. And Games Workshop did a whole range of glazes like Bloodletter, Lamenter's yellow, and a few others. I've got, I think, most of them.
Wait, what? The green, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're absolutely brilliant, the glazes. They're absolutely fantastic.
Gillyman Blue.
Gulliman Blue, yeah. We've got Bloodletter. We've got... Oh, no, we've still got Nurgles.
Waywatcher Green.
Waywatcher Green, that's the one. And blood. Oh, no, that's blood for the blood guard. Anyway, there's a few of them anyway. Souls. Oh, no, there's technical paints, but they don't count. So there's a few of them glazes, and they're absolutely brilliant. Especially if you're doing things like glowing lights and things like that. Look at your chat, Col.
Jeff has been a member for 18 months. Candygram for Mongo. Well done, mate.
18 months.
18 months, mate.
Yeah. So they had these glazes, and Lamenter's Yellow is absolutely gorgeous. It's the best thing ever. And when they brought out contrast paints, they killed off all the glazes completely.
Yeah. It is the Excalibur of the glazes.
Yeah. So if you go on eBay now and look for a pot of Lamenter's Yellow, it's like 50 quid, 70 quid, 120 quid. They go for silly money.
Yeah.
You can make your own, but they'll never be quite as good as that. Oh, there's just something about Lamenter's Yellow. If you paint something white and put the yellow on it, it's just, especially for like glowing things and lenses, and it's So I've got like 4 pots of it. I can't remember who it was, but somebody very kindly sent me a few of the old blacktop pots. So I've got a few pots of it, and I guard them with my life. Paul DiTomaso says, "No way! I would try to mask that kit, otherwise the store can keep it."
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Like I say, you know, I've ordered them.
Oh yeah.
It's funny. We've been chatting a lot this week, you know, and I like to challenge myself because it keeps your hand-eye cognitive and all of that lot, you know. So, yeah. I immediately regret the decision, but I'm gonna go with it.
All I can see now is that JPEG of the cat like all messed up in the blind, the Venetian blind thing. I immediately regret my decision.
But no, it's one of them, innit? It's something different at the end of the day.
Goblin, I don't think Goblin expected me to film the painting. They used to do little care packages for their YouTubers, and they just send them like if they had a kit lying around, they send them a
couple of kits to just get the content going, wouldn't it?
Yeah. They sent me a load of Dungeons and Dragons figures, and I'm like, really? These are tiny, I can't pay that.
So Fox is very kindly glad to get rid of that out of his stash because it's easy, and I will endeavour to do my best on it. And I am that.
Well, I didn't want you spending like 25, 30 quid or whatever it is on that. For curiosity, when I can send it to you for free, you can have it again.
I am such a glutton for punishment. I'm actually going to film it.
Oh dear Lord! Even though you just spent all that kind of money on oh, I know what I've just done. You spoon.
It's just something different, and it's fun.
Yeah.
And like I say, if it don't work, that'll.
Yeah.
I am sure my swear box is going to be extremely healthy afterwards, folks.
Welcome to the box of swears. There is no way out. You will never leave.
I will give it my best shot. I'm actually really looking forward to the challenge now. Even though there's a bit of nervous apprehension, I am actually looking forward to it.
I think he's saying that through gritted teeth now. I think he was originally, and now he's thought about it. He's like, oh, crap, what have I done?
You never know.
Cool. I'm not sure about the figures, though. The figures are going to be an absolutely interesting, fascinating thing to watch you try and paint.
Yeah. You never know. It might be something that I enjoy doing. You never know.
You might suddenly excel at it and be like, woo! Yeah. You might kick ass, you never know.
Or it could just be a case of one large checker. But yeah, that's as much as he's getting. Yeah. He ripped his... Yeah.
That's the end of that one, checker. But, or you spend 6 months making and wrapping decals around the arms and the legs and trying to get around it.
No decals. No. No decals will be printed for them projects.
Decals nicht permitted, Gefahrten.
No, because if it's not in the box, it's not going on the model. How's that sound for a deal?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wait, you're going to build something from the box? Oh dear.
I know.
You just said that out loud, haven't you?
I did, yeah. An out-of-box build.
Not sure how any of that works.
Oh, no cheating then. How's that sound? No cheaty decal applications will happen.
It wouldn't be cheating then, would it? It'd just be another way to get stuff on the model.
Yeah,
of course. I wouldn't like. I get the impression that actually trying to make a decal that would fit and also wrap around an arm and not have like a
it's
bit
just a
where the diamonds
pointless
don't line up.
exercise. It's
Trying to get that to line up on either side of the arm. No,
it's far easier just to paint the bloody thing than it is to, you know.
Yeah, now you're thinking with portals.
Yeah, I won't be saying that when I'm sitting there painting. I go, God, what on earth did I agree to this for?
Well, you'd be sitting there going, why did I buy a pack of 10?
Yeah, it'd be like that bloody fox.
Why didn't I buy a pack of 5 rather than 10, you muppet?
But you never know. I could end up with a whole Harley Quinn army. You don't know, do you? I might thoroughly enjoy it.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just... Eldar and Drakkar and stuff, they don't do anything for me, the Dark Elves and the Elves and stuff.
No, I mean, I saw them and I just... Yeah. For me, it's that...
Your fancy.
Yeah, it's just garnered a spark of interest because it's like... Yeah,
you have a fancy and it was tickled.
Yeah, I like the idea of the challenge, put it that way. It's like anything, I like to challenge myself, to push myself, and yeah.
The more I keep saying it, you believe it eventually.
No, so I'm trying to convince myself. Do you think I'm failing miserably? You do, don't you?
Absolutely. The more you say it, the more we know you're struggling to convince yourself.
Yeah. You're not believing
me. The vote is over. Yeah, that's his mistake.
You're not believing me then. That's what you're saying.
Not a word. Not a word.
Damn. I thought I was doing really well there, folks.
Not a goddamn word. Ain't believing none of that, nor now, nor nothing neither.
Well, they should be here during the week. So, you know, I'll do an opening on the Frolic next week so you can see what I'm up against. And then you won't see me until the middle of the new year because I'll be crying.
He'll have all these new words he's got to try and use.
Yeah, be like, Fox, how do I pronounce this word? This is a new swear I've been educating. Yeah.
I've written it down, but I don't know how to pronounce it. And it'll be like, as long as it's got some explosive or plosive P's and C's and K's, then it's probably a good swear word.
Yeah, it's like before we went live, someone was sending me post-it note photographs of swear words. Yes. This is what I have to put up with, folks. It's like
if you're gonna make up a swear word, just make sure it's got lots of hard consonants and like plosives and yeah. Lots of like I can't think of the word percussive sounds in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's got to sound like something you say when you hit your thumb with a hammer.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll say,
painting these missiles may not be as hard as I thought it was. If I'm just painting them blue. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, no, you know, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm happy with the decision I've made.
The more I regret. The goggles, they do nothing.
Like I say, I can only but give it me best.
I think I may have got away with it on these missiles because I'm just painting them blue.
So, yeah.
I can get to them.
They'll probably end up being my most watched content because people will just want me to trip up with them. I can see it now.
Yeah. You'll be like, next week, we'll do something different. Next week, we'll do a whole episode of a model made completely out of photo etch. Oh, dear Lord.
No. That's the one thing. Photo etch. I do it if the kit has to have it, but I don't enjoy every minute of it. I freely admit that. I'm not a fan.
Absolutely. Photo etch for Festa confirmed. Everybody send in photo etch stuff for Christmas, please.
Yeah. You're a turd, you are.
I'm not a turd.
It's all right. I'll send you a Panzer Alf.
Panzer Alf G.
Yeah. I've got one up there on the shelf. Yeah.
I had one.
Yeah, that kit you dumped, gave to Tony. Yeah.
Hey, they wanted me to do a Falcon. What am I going to do?
Exactly. You was pressurised into donating. Is that what you're saying?
I probably would actually enjoy doing that. I joked about having to do the tracks, but I probably wouldn't mind it that much. Although, I think I'd probably prefer to do metal tracks because the last thing I want to do,
yeah, they're lovely.
The only thing that makes me scared about like individual link tracks is not actually doing that because I can put a podcast on and go for it. It's sitting there and doing it, and suddenly you put one piece together and the pin snaps, and you're like, oh. Crap.
Yeah.
Now what do? You've got so when you get metal, although
I use brass pins, you know, the brass sewing pins.
Yeah, you're a brass pin.
I like pins.
I saw one guy and he had metal tracks, but the pins were resin.
Oh,
And it's like, that seems like a really stupid idea because they're just going to, but somehow they didn't all break. I can't remember if it was on a
hyper fragile. Fair play to him for taking up the challenge.
Yeah.
Can you find out who he is? I've got some Harlequins I've got to send him to paint.
It might have been Night Shift. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was now.
No, I'm gonna thoroughly enjoy every minute, and it's going to be an immense pleasure.
Happy days.
Yeah. What was I thinking?
I'd really like to repaint those Deathcore Joy Toys, though.
Yeah, that I can imagine be right up your street. That would.
Or that big Invicta battle suit. But no, I'm not spending that much money on them. It's crazy talk. Ooh, that wasn't like one of your normal burps. What was that?
That was a relaxed spinning round on the chair, reaching away to put paint away burp.
Now, yes. Now, your alarm should be going off in the next 10 minutes.
It'll be going off at 2:45. I'm giving her a lay-in tonight.
She's having a lazy day today, is she?
She's having a lay-in tonight, yeah.
You allowed this, did you?
Yeah. She made the choice and I allowed it.
You allowed it by not saying yes or no.
Yeah. I'm having a lay-in. Do not ring me before. Okay, dear, of course I won't.
Yeah, but now you ring her at like quarter to, like, why didn't you wake me up at 1:30?
Yeah, they'll be like, really?
No, it doesn't matter. It's still be your fault.
I know it will.
You can't win. You can't win this game.
I take my punishment with the
with the spoon on which it is served.
Absolutely.
I might actually on these missiles. I might get some of the little black and white checker decals out because that might be a good, like you did on yours.
Yeah, I did one on the top. Yeah.
Because basically, I'm painting these middle bits blue. On this one, I'm just going to do that, and on that one, I'm going to do this first half of it.
Yeah.
And I'll paint like the nose cone. I'll do bronze or brass, and then silver tip. But that's actually not too bad. It only took me 10 minutes to get that blue painted, and it's easy to get to. So,
proud of you, soldier.
I don't want to get any more complex than that because it's taken me a week to paint that big missile over there, and I'm not that interested in painting.
Yeah, them, so. I just slapped a decal down there, and it was like, yeah, that'll do.
Slap it on.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Well, it's like I painted the fins on this one at the top.
Yeah.
Painted the fins on this bullet bomb bill, whatever it's like. It's like a Mario thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I painted the fins silver purely so I can give them a couple of layers of normal oil on that one down there that you can't get to.
Yeah.
And then a dry brush highlight of silver, and it's done. Yeah. I'm not having to paint little fiddly details.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. I do like this. I like the way it looks like it's got like a massive overbite, like, no.
Yeah.
Got a lot of work to do on those teeth yet, though.
All right, peas.
All right, peas. Where'd you give me your peas? All your peas.
Yeah. I had peas once.
I had a friend once.
Yeah.
Don't lie.
I had a friend once. Didn't last long.
I had a friend once, but they didn't want to be my friend.
I'm going to hell.
Yep. We'll never explain this, by the way, folks. It'll never be explained, so don't ask.
Yeah.
I had a friend once, but it was a wrong number.
I had a friend once, got arrested.
I had a friend once, but a valve went. Think about it. Think about it.
I am.
Regularly. Oh. How's your saving for Xbox fund going?
It was doing all right until today.
Oh dear Lord! You mean your Harlequins? You used your Xbox fund for Harlequins?
Yeah.
Suddenly not approving.
Yeah.
All the humour is drained out of this now. You've made a terrible mistake.
Yeah. So,
it was going so well.
It was. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it might end up getting used for the cam belt on the wife's car to be done because she needs a cam belt doing. And
that is more important.
Yeah, so I might end up donating my Xbox fund to the good wife to get her car fixed. So.
Well, Yeah,
I mean, it's running, but it's done 100k and it's still on its original cam belt, and it's like, yeah.
I'm sure mine's probably on its original cam belt. It probably needs to be changed at some point. It'd be a good idea.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Isn't it supposed to be about 100,000? Is the ideal time?
A cam belt normally is about 60k, mate. Depends on how modern the car is, but.
I mean, I've got like 20 years of MOT of service certificates from the previous owner on mine, and I've no idea.
Yeah, so yeah, it's on the radar. Yeah, no, but I kind of don't want to tempt fate, if that makes sense. So,
yeah,
if it comes to it, the wiser decision is Doesn't mean to say that a fund won't be set up for the box, but
no, it'll happen eventually.
Yeah,
but it's not high on the priorities.
No, the wife needs a car for her work, and she can't drive an Xbox. She'd have a go.
You could try. She's only little. She might not fall off.
Yeah. So
I said that out loud, didn't I?
You did.
On the internet, in a permanent recording. Oh dear.
Yeah. Bless her. Yes, my very own little pocket rocket. As I've said before, 5 foot nothing, a Scottish rage.
Oh yeah.
But it is so funny when she gets going.
I saw a story today on BBC News about a lady. She's the tallest person in the world.
Yeah.
I think. The tallest woman or the tallest human. And she's 7'7" or something like that.
Oh, wow.
And you think, well, it's not that big. It's only like a foot more. And then I saw the photograph of her.
Yeah.
I think she lives in Turkey or somewhere.
Yeah.
I saw a photograph of her stood with some other people. It's like, holy cow, she's massive. She's enormously and you don't realise how tall 7 foot is.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I thought, that's what the Master Chief would be like if he was real.
Yeah.
He'd be 7 foot odd. It's like, wow.
I don't know whether you saw any footage of the Queen's funeral.
No, I avoided that.
But one of her private secretaries was there, called Matthew McGee, and he's 7'2". People became obsessed with him. Who's the big tall dude? You know, he garnered quite an online following. You know, because this super massively tall person at the Queen's funeral. But
well, I think that the reason I was reading this story, the point of this story was she must be the tallest woman in the world then.
Yeah,
because she wasn't quite that tall. Was that she'd had her first flight.
Oh, right.
Been on a plane for the first time.
Yeah. Because
the airline, what they did was they basically took out a row of seats and put in a special thing she could lie on, a stretcher she could lie on. That was
right. Yeah.
And she was excited because it was her first ever flight. Because she can't go on a plane, obviously, because she's like 7 foot.
It's too big. Yeah.
I mean, most of us at regular heights don't fit on airline seats because they're made for.
Especially if you go on the cattle cart, affectionately known as Ryanair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My brother came over from the States once. He comes over every few years, and he normally flies like American Airlines or something because he's coming from the US. And he said, one year he came over and he said, you know what? He said, I fly Spirit domestically.
Mm.
And he says, and I thought Spirit were the worst airline in the world. He said, but I've just come over from America to here and Pakistan Air. He said, I never want to do that ever again.
Yeah.
Pakistan.
Yeah.
He said, I never want to do that ever again.
Yeah, sometimes you get on a budget plane, don't you? And it's like Mar and Pa Kettles Airlines, and it's held together with string and bamboo, isn't it? And you're like, oh, really?
Well, he's a qualified pilot as well, so he was like, they were kind of landing on vapors.
Yeah. My mate, he was in Delhi, and he went on one of them tuk-tuks round Delhi. He said, mate, he said, I thought driving round the Arc de Triomphe was bad and places like that. He said, it's a whole new level there.
Oh, yeah.
He said, it's insane.
There's a police force somewhere, I think it's down south somewhere, that's ordered a whole bunch of tuk-tuks.
That is in Wales, mate.
Is it Wales? That's it.
It's Merthyr Police Force, mate. 38 grand's worth of tuk-tuks they bought.
I think it's brilliant.
I think it's a great idea.
They're just for little community, liaison officers to potter around and then, be the... They're not like proper patrol vehicles, are they? They're just for the little community.
It's just for the little Tonka toys to go round in, isn't it?
Yeah. That's a great.
You know, and I think it's a good little idea myself. You know, why not? At the end of the day.
Yeah. Saudi Arabia gets Lamborghinis, we get tuk-tuks. Or the Merthyr Tydfil, there's lovely.
Yeah. You just know, though, I mean, especially down here, the minute a copper turned up in that and got out of it, you know, 4 kids would walk along, pick it up and just hide it somewhere, wouldn't they, you know?
Oh, yeah. My mate's nan. My mate lives on I nearly said the name of it then, on an estate local to me.
Yeah.
Which is notorious for, you know.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, H was up there during the week, mate, for a concert, your neck of the woods.
Oh, really? Well, there is a specific estate. And you had a little Fiat 500, but like an old Fiat 500.
Oh, right. Yeah, I know the ones. Yeah, the original.
Hairdryer.
Yeah.
His nan used to have this Fiat. And the kids used to come out, they used to come in the middle of the night and just turn it over onto its roof and leave it.
Yeah.
Because it weighed like about 3.5 kilograms.
We used to have a guide across the street. Do you remember the little blue disabled cars?
Yeah, the little. I used to call them invalid vehicles.
Yeah,
invalid vehicles.
It would get nicked. Well, say nicked. It would get relocated to just outside the newsagents, where the kids had worked out that it would sit astride the 2 concrete bins perfectly. So they used to just pick it up and put it on there. And poor old John used to wheel himself up there. My bloody car. He said they're going to have done it again, little gits. Yeah.
Well, the thing with his Nana's 500 was, he said the funny thing is, they pick it up and they really gently roll it over. They don't even roll it.
Yeah.
They just lift it up and turn it over, and really gently. He said it didn't have a scratch on it, and they used to do it all the time. It never had a scratch on it because they'd really gently place it down on the roof. They just pick it up, turn it over.
They weren't damaging it or anything. They was just
they were just messing with people's chin. It's like, so they're like scum with the conscience. Then he went, well, maybe not. Won't go that far. But he'd get a phone call. Yeah, Mark, can you come and get it? We can't go on the roof again.
Car's been Don't see them now. I think they got outlawed, didn't they? Them little blue fiberglass things.
Oh, the little I used to call them invalid. Yeah, they're not legal anymore.
Yeah, they were.
I don't know if they're not legal, but they stopped making them and stopped offering them out. So.
I think it was because they would just disintegrate, wouldn't they? And lorry drivers weren't seeing them, were they? And
I don't think they were supposed to go on the motorway, though, were they?
No, it was. They weren't. No.
I think they brought in, like, you can get mobility vehicles now. Like, you get a car paid for on your mobility thing. Yeah,
proper 4x4s or Chelsea tractors.
Or especially, properly adapted vehicles. I think that came in and that replaced the invalid vehicles.
Around London, they was terrible because, like you say, the people sat up in Arctics and that wouldn't see them because they're so tiny. And there were a few instances where they were involved in slightly squishy accidents because people didn't realise they were there.
Yeah.
So there were some areas where it was, if you've got one of these things, you might want to consider not driving it in this area because you will get.
I always wondered how you got them. I mean, was there a shop that sold them? Was it just like it
was all done through the mobility, mate.
So they're just.
Yeah, it was done through the state. John, bless him, had polio as a child, so it was all done through the state, mate. The state would offer you it with the mobility, payment, or they would give you one of these fiberglass Dr. Dolittle blue things,
I think Panzer. Okay, folks, time for me to head back to work. Take care, all. Says Panzer. Take care, buddy.
Take care, Pans, mate. Thanks for popping in, fella. Catch up with you during the week.
Yeah, have a quick look at chat while that's drying. Bird pitch. We're up to. Forget collecting art as an investment. Collect Citadel paint and pledge, says Jeff.
Yeah.
Speedy Curate has got some vintage Citadel mechanics. I'll be sad when they're gone or dried out.
Yeah.
Mithril silver, chainmail, and bolt gun metal. Oh, yeah. I've got whoever, I can't remember who it was that sent me a load of paints, and they had some of the old hexagon pots in there. Unfortunately, I think all of them were absolutely just solid.
Yeah, I've got a couple of them right behind me.
Yeah, all of them unfortunately had gone completely solid, all the old hexagon pots. But the only thing, the old ones he sent me was just the 3 or 4 Lamentus yellow, which were perfect black top pots.
On Jade, I've got bolt gun metal.
Yeah. What is now Lead Belcher.
And Skull White.
Skull White, yeah.
Can't get the lids off.
Nope.
Paint is probably as hard, yeah, you know.
Well, those old pots actually are really good at keeping them. You can still find those old pots and they're perfect.
Yeah. So I will put them in some warm water just to see where I can actually pop the lids off and see how bad the paint is inside. But...
That's it. That's back in the days when the paints were made by the people that make Cote d'Armes. Now, you know, Cote d'Armes.
Oh, really?
Paint.
Yeah.
They're in Manchester.
Oh, right. Yeah.
They made the Citadel paints back in the day.
Yeah.
The old hexagon pots, and then when they decided to reformulate them, if I remember rightly, Games Workshop approached Vallejo.
Yeah.
And then they didn't go ahead with that, and instead they got somewhere in China to make them for them.
Yeah.
So the current paints are made somewhere in China by nobody cares who.
Yeah.
But that's the reason that Vallejo Game Color exists and is very similar to Citadel.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Because a lot of the Game Color paints were originally formulated to be a replacement.
Yeah, made by the same house. Yeah.
Well, they were supposed to be like the colours that Citadel will then use as their new range, but they didn't go ahead with it. So yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Now you know.
Interesting factoid.
That's what I've heard anyway. I could be completely wrong. I could be just making that up. Full cloth.
So you get all the learnings on here, folks.
You get factuality and learningation. I put learnings in your brains. I'm sick of painting missiles now.
Have you had enough with the missiles, have you, mate?
I want to paint something else. I want to paint something else now. I'm bored with him. I'm going to paint this thing on the thing.
You're going to, what thing? Show us, tell us about all the things you're painting.
I'm going to paint that thing around the glyph. I've got the fist glyph, which means boss. That means boss in orc glyphs.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because he's the boss, you see.
Yeah.
So I'm going to paint the thing around it. I'll probably do it white.
Yeah, you know you want to.
La 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 la. My wife used to sell vintage cans of spray paint on eBay and made a bunch of money, says Edward Leonard.
Yeah.
Now, those are some names I haven't heard in forever, says Jeff. Speed says, vintage spray paint. Mind you, I once stuck on YouTube a Britfix 77 glue, complete with this round-headed pin that I found in my old paints, and when I restarted model making and started using it. Couldn't believe it had about 5 people bidding on it.
Yeah, Britfix, yeah. I've still got tubes of snot glue over there.
Yep. Spid vintage good old British styrene cement, half an hour's model making of thick gloopy strings of it everywhere and be high.
It does come in handy though if you want to do drips of condensation or anything on a diode. Yeah. Or if you're doing something like a goblin and you want knotty tentacles and that, use a bit of the old snot glue. Umbro's very own poly cement.
A lot of people use things like Yoo-hoo, don't they? Because you glue it on and you tease it and it goes all...
You could just like get hold of it, give it a twiddle, and then you just stretch it down and it gives you slime and stuff, you know?
Yeah, slobber.
Yeah. Yeah, get your slime here, folks.
Spiddy Q8 says, everyone check out the trailer on YouTube for Pooh, Blood and Honey. And he says, that's Winnie the Pooh. He says, that's a kid's character. I can't believe Spid just says this. That's a kid's character called Winnie the Pooh, who's a bear on UK, folks. You know, like Winnie the Pooh is 99% a Disney character nowadays, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, Americans know Winnie the Pooh better than we do.
Probably do, mate, yeah.
Yep. I think it's quite adorable that Spid doesn't think the Americans know who Winnie the Pooh is. Bless.
He's brilliant, and he's Spid. Don't ever change Spid.
Pooh, it's a thing.
I love watching these videos, Spiddy.
Yeah. So yes. Anyway. What are we talking about? Yeah. So I don't know what I'll do. I'm so tempted to paint one of my big characters.
Yeah. I obviously I've got Insane Blade and Warlick to film. Probably after this, I will get on and finish building my Wazka.
Yep.
And get that painted up. And then it'll be the X-Wing. Get that done.
You are a nutter, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, I looked at that the other day and I was like, I must repaint that. So yeah, that's on the agenda for the new year. Because if I'm filming the Wilex
and the Insane Blade, then I might as well paint the Wazbomb on the live streams.
Yeah. I mean, if you're filming the Wilex and the Wazbomb, if you're filming the Wilex and the Baneblade, that's next year sorted out anyway.
Pretty much, mate. Yeah, they are.
Before you know it, 2024.
Yeah, it's like, oh, bloody hell, where do I start on it? You know, it's, yeah.
I mean, you think it's taken a long time to paint these.
Yeah, but it's a nice challenge, Fox, isn't it?
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Don't get me wrong, I would sell my spleen to paint that Wilex and to paint the Insane Blade.
Yeah. It's, yeah.
Because it's just craziness.
You too can build one. You know you can. You've got the skills.
I ain't building one.
You are.
I ain't got no skills like that. I ain't afraid of no ghost.
I think you'd do a good job.
Nonsense.
See? Comfort zone.
Not comfort zone, just I know I'm not good at that kind of shenanigan.
What you want.
Super match game.
Speedy says, I thought it was still a British thing, but still no one's seen Pooh gone feral yet. It looks promising in a cheesy 80s slasher style. Yeah.
How can you not know that Winnie the Pooh is a massive Disney franchise? It's like
probably don't watch a lot of Disney, mate. You know, I mean,
Winnie the Pooh. Like if you look at any stuff from Winnie the Pooh now, it's always the Disney version of Winnie the Pooh. It has been since the 60s. It's like Tigger and Winnie the Pooh, and yeah.
Yeah, but it's a bit like when they changed Paddington Bear, wasn't it? It's like, oh, I don't look the same now as an animated thing. I liked the old bear, the proper bear.
I quite like the new Paddington Bear. I like his little delicate little voice.
Right,
did you see the advert? Did you see the Jubilee advert where he's there sat down with the Queen?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
And she's like, I always keep a marmalade sandwich in my handbag.
Yeah. Bless her. I'm not a massive royal fan, don't get me wrong, but she did try to, in the later stages of her life, try to appeal to everyone a bit more, didn't she? I think she realised they was out of touch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether or not that'll be undone now, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I don't really care about the royals.
Not at all, mate. You know, it's got egged the other day, didn't they?
Not relevant to my existence.
Unless he came round and gave you a winning lottery ticket, of course, then you'd be going,
nice.
Yeah. Oh, hail the king! Yeah.
Yeah, not relevant to my existence. If they were all to disappear off the face of the earth tomorrow, it would make no difference at all to anybody.
Exactly. At the end of the day, you've got to realise they are people just like us.
Yeah, that can go and live over there. Does there appear to be one of those?
I haven't looked at any Winnie the Pooh since my boy was about 2 and he's turning 18 in a month, says Spid. Send Fox the Insane Blade to paint Colin as a challenge to. That wouldn't just be a painting challenge, that'd be a shipping challenge for Colin that no human could actually.
No, he would want to paint it and sell it. He wouldn't want to send it back.
No, I don't know. I wouldn't paint yours. But I don't think any human would ever be able to actually get the brain. I don't think the human brain could even come up with a way to ship that Insane Blade. Even if you went to like somebody who's for a living packs things in a museum with the foam and stuff, even they'd be like, nah, don't think so, mate. Oh,
yeah, it is one of them, isn't it?
That ain't happening, mate. Nah.
Yeah, it is one of them things of slight inane madness, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think you could physically pack that.
No, I mean, we couldn't pack bloody stompers, let alone...
Mind you, though, saying that, Wilex came through the post, all right.
It needed a bit of reassembly, my end, because there were a few bits that had not survived the journey.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you painted everything else, you wouldn't want to...
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's one of those. It's... Damn, I'm sitting here staring at it now thinking, what on earth did I bloody go and build that for?
That's waking up time. Waking up time.
Just gonna mute for a sec.
Yep. So yeah, so I don't know what I'm going to do next. I don't know what to paint next. I'm in the middle of doing something in free models at the minute, which is going to take me probably a few weeks. And then I've got so much other little bits to do, but my next proper like paint it and film it job, I don't know. Do I do a big character? Do I ease myself in with something small like an orc vehicle that I can quickly paint on camera? I might do something like that. I don't know. I can't quite decide. Kajit is confused as to what to do next. Get in your car and pick it up, says Edward. My car wouldn't survive a journey more than any on the motorway. I don't do motorways. I'm not scared of many things in life, but driving on the motorways generally fills me with a horrendous existential dread. Partially because I don't trust my car to actually survive the journey on the motorway, driving at 70. Save for a few years when I had brand new cars, I've always had old second-hand cars. So I've never had cars that I can reliably take on the motorway and not be worried that they're about to explode. And, you know, I don't want to explode. But also, I hate driving on the motorway because it's basically just you're going to die. So I don't trust other people driving. I mean, I don't trust myself driving, but I don't trust other people either. So I don't like being, I've just always been there. I don't like driving fast down the motorway. I'm afraid of, you know, death. pretty much the same reason I don't get into fighter planes or go bungee jumping or juggle chainsaws. So, you know, I don't like doing long journeys like that on the motorway. Especially not when I'm driving, because, you know, I know how incompetent I actually am. I am aware of my own incompetence. It still amazes me sometimes that I actually drive a car. It's like, wait, I'm only 7. How can I drive a car? It's nonsense. But also, I can't leave Mama Fox at the moment anyway, so I can't go anywhere. Yeah. Right, let's let that dry for a minute. Give it another coat of the white. Hello. Kind of need a great big wee. I have to go for a great big wee when Colin comes back. Yeah, so I've done these missiles. I've done a blue bit there and a blue bit there. I'm going to leave it like that, and then I'll put some washes. I'll do the bronze and the silver and stuff. I'm not going to get into all complicated colours on these because they are just hard to get to. This one was fine because I can get to it, and it's going to look weird when that's stuck. Where's it going? Anyway, under there somewhere, like that, because it'll be this wonderfully detailed thing with checkers and all kinds of things on it. And then these two, but yeah, it's fine. This I'm going to leave black, like a sort of black bomb. Whoa, black bomb. I might paint that bit silver. I need to retouch that up. It's got some stuff on it. And this I'm going to do with, leave it as black and red with the white. I'll do some green eyes, and I'll tidy up the teeth. You can't really see the teeth there because I'm not even in shot, but you can see it there underneath. They'll be tidied up when I go over the red. The red's just a very simple base coat at the moment. Is she up?
Yeah. Oh, is it that time already? Yeah. Yeah, and then it was, yeah, still couldn't hear her, so I rung her back and I went, "On here, the pitter-patter of feet. Oh, you're horrible, you are." Yeah, I know.
It's the patter of tiny Scottish feet. Slap. Ow.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't hear your trotters scooting across the floorboards. I never said that.
What, like a grunt from Halo?
Yeah. Yeah, Frodo's on the phone. Wants his feet back. And moving on.
And bless him and all his sales.
I don't know why I got that blue back out. Why did I get that blue back out?
Get your blue hair. God, these missiles look terrible.
That was it. I was painting the pipe when that was it.
These missiles look like absolute ass. There are some people that would leave it like that, but I've got more work to do.
Yeah, no, you can't. If it's not floating your boat.
Well, I've only just done a basic. It's only a simple basic base coat. I've not even half finished them yet. It is scary that there are people out there that would just leave that and say, "That's done." It's like, really?
Yeah. It's like, nah. Oh, no. It's funny, like you say, you keep going over the same bits that you've already painted, but it's only because you've added details, and then, like you say, you can just go back and go, yeah, I can re-highlight that.
I never quite get how, like, somebody can. I know everybody has different levels of skill. Of course I do. I know that. But you get models where they've basically like primed it and then done as a basic base coat and poorly at that. But they've put a base coat down. That's it. And you're like, really?
Yeah, I mean, you questioned me about it, didn't you, at one point, saying, oh, you know, you've got all these paint jobs, you're ever going to finish one? And I said to you, well, that's as far as I know at the moment on these techniques. So I leave them until I've learned different techniques, and then I go back and reapproach and finish off the builds. And that's why it's been fun doing the Lehman Russ, because I can go back to the Orc truck, the battle wagon, and just finish off the paint jobs now with a bit more experience.
Oh, I know that's the story with you, but there are people out there that, you know, you see it and they...
Oh, you mean established ones, yeah?
No, not established, but it's like, you see, it's like literally primer, simple base coat, and it's like, you know, you'd be like green. The paint saying Orc, and it's like, the skin's green, trousers are brown.
Oh, yeah, single tone, no highlights, nothing,
and
yeah.
It's like...
Yeah.
And you think, how can you even look at that and think it's finished?
Yeah, but again, like you say, it's people who have got different levels of skill. They might still be learning. I don't know, you know, it's...
Yeah, it's weird.
All right, it could be someone, I've been painting these for 10 years, here's my latest build, and you're like, 10 years, eh?
But it's more, well, let me clarify. It's not that people paint like that. It's more that you do see them sometimes where somebody does that or just does a terrible paint job. But then they write about it, and it sounds like they're saying, "Look, it's brilliant. I've done all this, and my awesome." And it's like, really?
Yeah, it's a difficult one because I don't think I'm at that stage where I could constructively critique someone, because I'm still learning myself. So
yeah,
you know, but you've been doing it a lot longer, so I suppose you spot it, and you're like, yeah.
It's kind of the source of all the old too thin coats image memes, where you have like a figure who is just painted terribly. I've actually seen, I'm not going to mention names, but I've actually seen there's one person who they've got a DeviantArt account, and they post regularly pictures of their figures they painted.
Oh, right, yeah.
And they are biblically terrible. I mean, I can't understate this. They are like truly terrible.
Really?
But this person has been painting for years, and that's one thing. I mean, yeah, okay, levels of paint, but they think they're brilliant. And if you try to explain to them, well, you know, if you try and get creative and say, have you thought about, you know, maybe using washes, contrast and highlight, and anything like that, or not painting with a dead cat?
Yeah. Oh, they close you down, do they? Yeah.
No, they just don't understand. They're like, well, what's wrong with what I painted? And it's like,
yeah.
And it's not that they're not good at painting. You can see what they're doing. They've not learned how to paint, and for years and years. And people have told this person, they said, you know, you need to thin your paints. Every time he puts a picture up, you need to thin your paints. Nope, never does it. It's like,
and then wonders why he's not improving.
Yeah, it's like that. It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, you know. I mean, like I say, I wouldn't say I'm a bit of an old hippie, but, you know, I just think, well, if that's the level they're at and they're happy, fine, so be it. It's when people sit there and they're trying to sell themselves as an expert,
yeah,
and then they're really bad. I'm like, actually, you're teaching everyone the wrong way to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of getting at. It's not the people that paint terribly because that's what they paint like. It's the people that...
Careful,
they refuse to learn, even though they've been shown and told, but still think that they are the best painter in the world and refuse to accept otherwise. And it's like, you just need to listen to what people are telling you, and you'll get even better. Trust me.
Yeah.
And it's like, and they're almost quite. This person in particular, I'm not going to mention names. This person in particular is very arrogant and very annoying anyway.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's nobody you know, don't worry. I know you've got some names in your head right now. Nobody
No,
you know,
not at all, mate. I just ignore that sort of stuff now.
But it's like, and it's and you know, to the point that this person gets quite acerbic with other people's things and says, "Well, that's pretty shit. That's a bit terribly painted and stuff." And it's like, have you seen your own work, mate?
Yeah. Oh, the other ones that make me laugh, and you definitely know who I mean, is the ones that will go, yeah, try this, try that, do this, do that. And it's like, yeah, where's your photographs of your work?
Yep.
Or
yeah,
I'll have to look at your channel without any content, and they're telling you, yeah.
Yeah. People that tell you how to do stuff and never actually share their own stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that always annoys me. People that are happy to dish out, they're not people that don't do constructive criticism. People that just do criticism. That's crap. Why have you painted that? It looks rubbish.
Yeah.
That's not how you do it. If something's not very good, you have to try and show the person kindly.
Criticism don't hurt anyone as long as it's constructive, not destructive.
Yeah, but it's the people that all they can do is slag off and never actually show their own work. And it's like, you know what? Come back when I can see your work and how good you are, and then I'll pay attention to what you're saying. Other than that, bye.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a shame because again, that's what puts people off learning.
But it's I'll always have time for people who are humble and have humility. Like I always say, you know, I'm at best an averagely mediocre painter. I don't big my skills up at all. And if people say I'm good, I'm like, no, I'm not. I just fart about. But people that say I'm the bee's knees and I am and I know all of it and I'm brilliant, and you look at the work and you're like, really? Because I could paint that while I was asleep.
I'm the oracle of all things Warhammer. I know all the lore and all the rules. Yeah.
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 Yeah. People that aren't humble, I can't be doing it. People that
and
think they're the best.
They hate on anyone and everyone that has a slightly different opinion.
Yes.
And it's a shame.
Yep.
I can remember years ago someone getting rivet counted in a group on Facebook. It was one of their first ever builds and got absolutely slaughtered. Now, that person could have probably quit the hobby forever.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was quite cruel thing to do, you know. It's
bullying, isn't it? But there's people out there that do that.
You know, I look at it this way. I'm a fat, middle-aged man painting plastic models.
Yeah, we're all middle-aged blokes and ladies painting toy soldiers.
Yeah, that's all I am.
In that, where are we taking this seriously? I don't quite get it.
So when people are threatening violence or negativity or aggression or expelling or exuding hatred, I'm like, really? What are we doing here? We're painting bits of plastic.
We're painting toy soldiers.
Yeah, come on.
Hang on, wait. No, I've got to get my Pathé News painting toy soldiers.
Yeah, it's just like, come on, let's accept it what it is. It's like, come on. But it's a shame because, again, you know, that could be people coming into the hobby that are dissuaded.
Yeah.
And when I'm dead and buried, I want people to carry on this wonderful hobby at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I know very little about what I do, but I'm having fun doing it.
Exactly.
You know, and it's learning.
That's this particular person I was talking about. That's what they're like. They're very opinionated. They're very arrogant. They think they're the bee's knees, and in fact, they're absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can't be doing people like that. That's why I say I'll always be humble and say, look, I don't paint well. I'm average. If I was being kind to myself, I'd say I'm mediocre. Average, maybe. I'm not anything special.
I mean, you tell me off for berating my own work, but I know what my level is and I'm happy with it. And I'm content and I don't care. I really don't, because they're models in my man cave that I've paid for. If I don't like it, I'll bang it in Dettol. I'll start again. You know. And
I mean, I think. I mean, we all do it. I think you underrate your abilities a little bit.
Yeah, I know, but
that's a good thing, and I respect that.
Yeah, you don't want to be seen as that man, you know.
Smug.
Yeah. You know, you don't want that.
You can learn from me. I'd rather not, if that's the way you're going to be.
I know it all because I paid a man to teach me.
Yeah. Yeah. Since I'm letting me wash his dry. Let's have a look at chat. My painting skills are poor at best, says Paul Di Tommaso. Shut up. Your stuff looks all right.
Never seen a bad paint job from you yet, mate.
No. So just Paul, shut up.
Yeah, do as you're told. Otherwise we'll tell Dawn.
Edward Leonard says, not at all. Paul says, thanks, I'm glad you think otherwise. Edward says, anytime, telling it like it is. Yeah, shut up, Paul. Your work's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You're good, man.
I mean, Edward, I love what Edward does. You know, I saw his black coach and that, you know. Now, I've got one of them in my stash. Do you think I'm going to build it now? Am I bollocks?
I think what you need to do is stop looking at the internet.
Yeah. But no, it's inspiring, though. I mean, I do the gallery show, as you know, once a month. And I know I say it every week. People probably think I'm talking bollocks, but I'm not. I get inspired by the work that I see in there. Because it helps me become a better painter, it helps me become a better modeler. Yeah,
it's funny because when I watch your gallery shows, it's the first time I've ever seen a human being be both inspired and undergo an existential crisis at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
This is awesome. I hate everything.
Yeah, yeah. Never liked this bloke because he's a turd, you know. But I mean it in banter. But honestly, I'm not just saying it. I am genuinely inspired by the work I see in there. And
if you want to watch someone be motivated and demotivated at the same time, yeah. My workbench is a bomb site.
But I love it.
I'm waiting for a wash to dry, folks. So get with your chat, so I've got something to read. Otherwise, I'm sitting there twiddling my thumbs.
But I love it. I love seeing the creativity of people. And you know, I get messages, even now still, for the London bus and things like that. I saw that, I went out and bought a saw and I've chopped it up and I am so happy I watched that video. Now, for me, I get a huge buzz out of that.
Yeah.
Because someone's gone and created something better than what it was when they bought it.
Yeah.
And you've released their inner artist. I love that.
You release their inner shenanigan ability.
And that's what keeps me inspired to keep doing it, because that build has helped someone else who's bought a bus. You know, I'm going to put passengers in mine. I'm going to like mine because this bloke's done it and I'm going to learn.
God, I'd hate to think what you do with that big, there's a part work of a London bus.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that, yeah.
I assume it's 1/8 scale. I don't know, because most vehicles are 1/8 scale.
Yeah, it is a big one, yeah.
It's like, so I just imagine what you do with that.
Yeah. It was one I did think about, but I thought, I've already got a bus, you know, so... But yeah, it was considered.
Yeah.
It's one of them things, isn't it, you see, and you think, yeah, I'll have a go at that.
I'll have a little bit of that, thank you.
Well, that's the whole idea, though, isn't it? I mean, you could look at things. You know, I see work in the gallery, and then I'll contact the contributor. I'll say, how did you do that? How did you get that result? And they're like, you're asking me how I painted that? Yeah. Because it's inspired me. I'm interested in the technique. You know what I'm like, because I'm like it with you.
Yeah.
You know, and I love learning new techniques because there's so many people in this community. That's how I've always done it, and my way's better than yours. No, there's always ways of learning new techniques.
Yeah.
And I love that. It keeps me interested.
Yeah, no, you've always got to be open to learning new stuff. I mean, when I started doing videos, I was doing it. I hadn't made models for 20 years, and when I last made models, there was no internet to speak of, so I was just doing whatever I was doing. I got back into it. I didn't have a clue.
No.
So I was just like watching all kinds of videos and absorbing everything. But I started off like kind of falling back onto my original habits, and then even to this day now, every time I do a build now, I'm probably doing at least one thing in each build that's something I've not tried before.
I started out with Tony's Rossi build because I had the Rossi bike and I was in a Halo at the time in the hospital because it weren't long after the motorcycle crash. Yeah. And then I started watching you weathering Gundams. And that's what kept me going, and that's kind of stuff that got me back into the hobby because I thought, well, this has changed. I want to learn some of this. And then obviously when my mobility started going and I had to seriously consider retirement, H was like, use the utility room in the house, set yourself up a workbench. I've bought you these 2 kits. And that was it. The rest is history. And within 2 years, not only was I part of the E-Models team that I was watching do the build videos, I was actually on the show that I used to watch every Monday, and I found it quite humble, and I still do, don't I? Because you keep telling me off, don't you, going, you're part of the team now, dear, come on.
Oh, it's like, yeah, you guys won't know this, but like we have, the 4 of us have like a Facebook Messenger chat where we coordinate, you know, each week, the Monday show, me, Ted, Chris and Colin. And it's almost to the point of wanting to slap him now, because every time we like say, hey, what should we do this week? Should we do this?
Yeah.
Like, I might say, hey guys, what do you think about X? And you expect everybody's like, you know, yeah, that'd be good. No, I don't like that. And Colin's always like, I'll just do whatever you guys say because I'm still the nerd. I'm still like,
I'm still the newbie. Yeah.
And it's like, shut up.
Yeah, whatever you decide, I'm good with. And Fox is like,
equal voice. Yeah. Or when you do it ever occasionally suggest something, because we don't really do much new, we just stick to the formula on that show. But occasionally when you think you would put a suggestion forward, it's so bloody humble. Like, I've had this idea. Now you don't have to do it.
I hope you don't mind me troubling you, dear. But I've had this little idea,
No, it's absolutely rubbish. It's going to suck rubbish, and you should say you absolutely should say no. Don't. But what do you think about, you know, we speak English during the show instead of some other languages?
Yeah. I'm really embarrassed to even suggest this, gents, because, you know, who am I to suggest such a thing? Yeah.
It's like, shut up.
And it's just me. That's just how I am. But
I admire people who are humble, but Colin, you're just too fucking humble.
I take it to a whole new level, don't I?
Yeah, you're at humble, the most humble of humble people.
But it's one of those. I've always had this fear of people thinking you're coming over as arrogant, and I would hate that because people that know me closely know that's the last thing I'd want to be.
Well, I think you know me well enough now that if you, I'd be like, Cole.
Yeah, exactly. But it's always that fear you have, isn't it, where you don't want to be that person.
Well, the thing is, it's like in real life, you know that H would just slap you.
Yeah.
But we're not H, so.
I'm like it with her as well, though.
Yeah, but that's because she beats you into submission.
Yeah. I don't want to bother you, love. Well, you are bothering me now. All right, then. I'll go out here and hide. No.
I don't want to bother them. Can I come out from the stairs?
I know exactly what you mean, because as soon as I say it, I've got to think, I've got to get told off now. How long do I give him before he comes back and gives me a rollicking?
Paul Di Tommaso says, just curious, what did you think of my Halloween build that I did? That's the one with all the pumpkins, isn't it?
That's the one with all the pumpkins. Loved it, mate.
Yeah, it was a repaint. You repainted them.
Was that the one with the gravestone and that? The little skull and all that? Was that the one?
You're talking about the one with the skull and the gravestone, or the one with the pumpkins? Was that Paul as well?
No, that was Edward Leonard with the big pumpkins, wasn't it?
That's right.
Paul Di Tommaso was like the little pumpkin creature with the tree and the gravestone.
Right. No, it was good. I like that.
Pardon me.
Great. Yeah, I like that. It was good.
Out of interest, have you heard the boiler go? Oh no, it's all right. It's all good.
That's the downside because I'm doing it through the Streamlabs website. I can't pick up sound like that anymore.
No, she's just texted me. So
there you go.
Literally, as soon as I said it, yes, the boiler has gone. It's like bloody.
She just sent you a text. She should just send you a text saying boiler noises.
Yeah, he is like a shithouse rat, mate.
Yeah, no. Sadly, when I'm doing it through the website, I can't. I don't pick up that kind of.
No, that's all right, mate. But yeah,
it filters a lot of it out. Sadly,
even though I am literally sat 6 foot from the boiler, I don't hear it.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, do you remember that time when you messaged me? Didn't you? Do you remember? It's when I did my E-Models audition video, wasn't it?
Yeah. The video's great. What's that? Can you just turn off all that fan noise and shit?
I know,
like rumbling in the background, and you're like, "What?
What fans? What fans? I ain't got no fans on. Can't hear any." Yeah, and H come in. I said, "Can you hear a noise?" She went, "Yeah." Then bloody computer fans need a good oil. Oh, that'd be what he means then. All them years that I was putting videos up, I did not realise that people could hear it.
Well, the thing is, I didn't realise for a long time with my videos that very similar that. When I was doing voiceover, when I stopped using a lavalier mic and I was using my big Yeti mic, I'd put it over where my computer is, so I could have it in front of the computer screen, so I could read the script on the screen. But I'd be speaking closely into the Yeti, and I'd have it right close with no gain. Well, at first I'd sit back from it and I'd be like, doing it. And I didn't realise for a long time, same as you, that when you heard me speaking, there was my microphone was above my computer, so you could hear the fan on the computer.
Yeah.
But the problem was, it was. I managed to fix it by first of all using slobs and no OBS just as a microphone filter. So now when I do voiceover, it goes through, even if I'm not using OBS, it goes through OBS anyway as a way to add some noise gate and other filters to it. And it was also because I had the gain turned up and I was sat back from it.
Yeah.
It was picking up the audio from the room. So when I turned the gain all the way down and got right close to the microphone to do my proper Radio 4 voiceover voice, it didn't pick any of that up because it wasn't sensitive enough to pick up the fan. But I never knew because I'd record the audio, I'd mix it into the video, and I'd be editing the video, and I'd upload the video. And I always, when I do a video, I always watch it at least 2 or 3 times during the process. And when it's finished, I always watch it at least once when I finish the edit to make sure it's all right. And of course, I didn't hear that because I was watching it on the computer with the fans going. And it was only one day when, for some reason, I plugged in my headphones to listen to something. And I heard the audio I'd recorded. I'm like, oh crap! There's like, I'm like, oh man, I never. Oh, that's when I started using some of the filter effects on OBS. So now I do all my recording in OBS for audio for voiceover because I use the noise gate and
it makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Gain all the way down, face right into the microphone, into cardioid, and a noise gate and a compression on it.
Yeah, it does make a big difference.
Yeah, so you can, and it's got like a cutoff. So as soon as I stop speaking, it kind of goes. Just.
Well, it's like I've sat here before. I've had 3D printers going. I've got my computer right under the microphone and my aquarium. Yeah, and it's surprising if I was to take a video how loud this room is. Yeah, and yet we're streaming and people don't hear it. So.
Yeah. I mean, right when I'm streaming, the microphone's on the other side of the room now, so it's not as obvious. And I've still got the same filters and noise gates and compression and stuff, but when I'm doing, but it's funny now because what I was doing the other day, I was doing some voiceover. I was reading a script, and it's been a while since I've done one, so I was reading the script and then playing it back, and it was really quiet, and I'm like, oh. So I was turning the gain up, and then I realized, oh no, it's fine. It's really quiet because I boost the volume like to 200% in the editing because the noise gate keeps it. So it's like, oh, because I've forgotten all that. It's been a while since I've done a voiceover. So it's like, oh yeah. So
it does come in handy though, Fox, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. Because before I was recording it so it sounded as loud as a normal video vocals, and I'm like, no, I need to record it with no gain, which is really quiet, but then I can boost it. I can fix it in post, and boost the volume, and it's all nice and clean.
Yeah, does make a difference.
I like that. I like the pumpkin dude, Paul. It was cool. That was.
It's different. I like anything that's different.
Yep. Pumpkin head dude walking the path, grave off to the side, and spooky tree in black. All handmade except for the figure, which was 3D printed. Yeah, it was good. That. In fact, it was handmade as well, which makes it even better. So, it was fun and spooky ooky.
And the biggest question, Paul, do you like it?
Yeah.
That's the key.
And at the end of the day, you're going to get bonus points for having the balls to try and hand make a tree anyway, because trees are bloody hard to do.
That's the thing.
Making a tree look like a tree is one thing, but hand making a tree that doesn't just look like a sausage.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a turd. Yeah.
Yeah, poop, because you've got to get that tree texture. No, it looked good. It was lovely.
But Paul's the same. We all do it. We self-deprecate, don't we? We don't. We're all curious as to our place in the skill set. We all sort of are guilty of. Oh, it's not great, but I did my best, and it's like. Well, that's not great. I think it's brilliant. And
that's what I expect to see in somebody who is an actual. The difference between an artist and an arse.
Yeah.
Is an artist may do the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your entire life and still say, yeah, I don't like it. It's not very good. Yeah. It's a mere sketch.
Yeah.
And that's fine, because an artist who says, I've created this and it's a work of genius, goodbye.
Yeah. That's why I always say when people say to me, what's your best build? The next one. because you've got to constantly evolve and grow, and
I'll be doing something different that I've not done this time.
Yeah, if Picasso had said that's my best painting, he would never have painted anything else, would he? You know?
No. That's the funny thing about Picasso, you know, is we all know him for his cubist works. And it sounds really silly, right? A lot of people don't understand a lot of modern art movements. And it's understandable why, because they're very arcane.
Yeah.
When you understand Cubism, it kind of makes sense, and it makes a lot more sense, and you can appreciate it more. But I did art history at school. But the amazing thing about Picasso is when he was a young teenager, he did a few paintings which were like, you look at them and think, that's like a Rembrandt.
Yeah.
So he had the skill, he had the skills, the hardcore skills to make some beautiful paintings. And then he ventured upon the Cubist route.
Yeah, and that was his particular style that he enjoyed doing, and props to him.
It is weird. It's because, like I said, I did art history at school, and it was like, without knowing anything about it, you look at the modern art and you think, this is just garbage. Oh, look, it's Mondrian, it's some lines and some squares. But when you actually, somebody sits down and explains to you the thinking behind them, you're like, okay, now it kind of, I mean, some of it is still garbage, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Some modern art, Jackson Pollock, I've no interest in Jackson Pollock. But some modern art is like, now
it's
I get
Marmite, really, isn't it? You either love it or you hate it, you know?
My art teacher says to me, he says, think of Cubism like this. He says, like a traditional artist, imagine you've got a guitar, and you say traditional artists paint a guitar. They will paint a guitar. They'll paint it in a different number of styles. They might paint it very realistically, or they might do an impressionistic, which is like but basically they paint the guitar. But if you say to a cubist, paint a guitar, they're not painting the thing that's in front of them.
No.
The whole point of Cubism is it's painting the guitarness of it. It's like if you try to remember a guitar, if you close your eyes and imagine a guitar in your head, you're not presented like you're playing Fallout with this guitar in front of you that's rotating slowly and you can see all the details. You remember, or a violin or whatever, you remember, oh look, there's the tuning peg, and there's the hole in the soundboard, and if it's a violin, there's the F stop.
Yeah.
And there's the F hole, and and you remember the essence of it, bits of it, shapes. You remember the curve and the little cut in the middle. So if you're painting, say, a violin, you'd paint the curve and the cut in the middle and the F stop and everything else. So it kind of makes sense. It's not painting the object you see; it's painting the essence of it. If you try and think about what makes it that thing. You know, what makes a banana or a violin? Yeah,
exactly. You'll get creating the essence of it. You're not going for an accurate representation. You're going or painting it in a style which is the essence of what a guitar is. It's not a physical object. It's
so if it's like, you know, the way the human mind and memory works is you remember bits and flashes and things. So you look at like a cubist painting of a woman or a guitar or whatever it is. It's all over the place because it's flashes and bits, and it's how your memory is. It's kind of fascinating. When you get down to the brain, you're like, okay, now it kind of makes sense. I understand it.
I like the quirkiness of it. I'd find it an appealing take on things.
Yeah. I mean, there's still bad cubist art. There's bad vortices. There's bad all kinds of, you know, Bauhaus and all kinds of art styles. And there's bad examples of all of it. But, you know, it kind of makes sense a bit. I quite like cubist stuff.
It's different, isn't it?
Yeah, Paul says, overall, it turned out okay. I wanted to do more, but I wasn't sure what more to do.
Less is more then in that situation, Paul.
Yeah. If you look at whatever you're doing and say, I can't think of anything else to do, then stop.
Stop. Come back to it when you can think of stuff.
Yeah. Stick a fork in it, you're done.
You know, that's all I've done with several of my builds. I've got the battle wagon and York truck over there. And I paused the builds at that moment in time, because I had ideas and directions I wanted to go in, but I thought, no, let's come back to it and see whether I can embellish them ideas and make it a bit better. And also, it's given me a chance to hone some more painting techniques. So
I mean, that's what I do. Is I never get through a painting job and go, right, this, I can't do anything better. This is perfect. I'm finished. I have done everything I set out to do. It looks perfect. I can't add to this. Done. No, I just paint until I get to the point where I think, right, I can't think what to do else on this now.
Yeah. This is why I haven't painted the Insane Blade. People have asked, why haven't you painted it yet? Why? Because I built it before I'd actually learnt the skills I need to paint the bloody thing.
Yeah. I mean, my basic stop button is either I look at the thing I'm doing and say, I can't think what else to do to it.
Yeah.
It's not telling me it needs anything else. I'm looking at it thinking, I think I'm done. There's nothing else I can add to that. It's not good. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying I don't feel the... Or I sit there and think, I want to do this X.
Yeah.
But I'm worried if I do X, it's going to ruin it because it's looking all right now.
Yeah, you don't want to kill it, do you?
But I think X might be there. It might look great, but it might push it over the edge. So then that's another. I'll stop. I'll just go along until I can't think. Basically, I think there's nothing more I need to add to it. That's as good as it's going to get.
Yeah.
If I do any more, I might screw it up. So.
Yeah, but don't you find that's a healthy approach, though?
Oh, yeah.
Because it keeps you objective and it also stops you getting carried away, because we could all do it. Yeah, I'm going to add this, 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 and this, and suddenly it's like a tit in a trance, isn't it? You're like, yeah, I've overdone it now.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing worse than approaching a paint job and having a list of things that you have to do.
Yeah.
Like if I said, right, I have to paint checkers on that missile.
Yeah, no, it becomes a chore then. You don't enjoy it, do you?
Yeah, either that or you do get to that point that right now I said I'm going to paint checkers, and then you screw it up, and then that's the whole model ruined because you've got one thing you don't like.
Yeah.
So it's more just a case of I might have some rough ideas of things I want to do, but I'd rather just let it tell me what I need to do as I go along.
Yeah.
And either I'll get bored and just say, right, I'm fed up with it now, I'm bored, I'm going to stop. I'm happy with how it looks and I can't be bothered. Or I'll be like, I'm happy with how it looks, and if I do anything else, I'm going to screw it up.
Yeah.
I've got it to a point where I'm happy with it. Ish, more or less. It's perfect. It's more like, you know what? Sometimes I think, right, I'm spent now. I've got no more creative desires. Sometimes you just look at it and think, I have no desire to do anything else. There's no creative flame burning there.
Yeah, your creative juices are getting dried up, you know. And
yeah,
we was like it when we first started these, weren't we? Where we both looked at it and like, oh my God, where to start? And I found.
My creative juices desiccated and became a powder.
Yeah, I just found my way of coping in the end was just to break it into sections. I'm going to paint all of that colour. Now I'm going to paint all of that colour. And I found I started to feel it again, you know.
I think I sat there and analysed it for a bit and then just thought, you know what, just pick up the brush, find a paint, bang, go.
Yeah, that was it.
Don't even think about it, just do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to try contrast paints on this. That's why I went a bit Joseph Technicolor Dreamcoat with it.
Yeah,
but then I thought, well,
it was a plaything for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, they've been in a scrapyard. They found all these bits. They haven't had the chance to repaint it all yellow. So why not just go for it? And it just gave me a chance to play with the paints. That's why I've gone for this way of doing it. I could have done it easier like Foxx and rusted it all first. But I was still very new to chipping. Yeah, and I just wanted to practice.
You did it the way that made sense to you at the time.
Whereas when it comes to doing the Warlick, am I bollocks going to do it this way? Because it takes too long to sit there and chip the panels. It's far easier to put the top paint on. But... you know, I know that now, but it enabled me to practice this so that when we started Lehman Russ, I was able to do a better job with the chipping on that. So,
I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. I don't know why I did the dry brush rust first. I mean, it's definitely something I've done before. I did it on the transit van and things like that, but that's when I was using masking fluid and everything else.
Yeah.
To make chips. So it's not like it's a foreign technique to me.
No, you just wanted to do it as an exercise, didn't you, to see if it would translate?
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't really know why I chose to do it.
Yeah.
Because I could say everything, well, yeah, I looked at it and thought it'll take me forever to do all the chipping, so I'll just do the easy way. But I didn't think that. I didn't think that at all. I have no idea what made me do the rust first.
Whereas for me, I've enjoyed doing it and chipping it, because for me, it was an exercise in slowing me down.
Yeah.
That's what this whole build's been about for me, is to slow me down.
You have faltered a bit with the Lehman Rush. You've gone a bit faster with that sometimes. You're still learning the slowing down bit, I think.
Yeah, but, you know, but then again, we're both at the same place with it, so it ain't that fast, is it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's not become instinctive to you yet.
No.
you're still having to force yourself a little bit to drop the anchors a little bit.
Yeah.
So it'll take a little while, but no, you're doing really well.
It's getting there.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know why I chose to do this anyway. Long and the short of it, I can't say I did it that way because I just kind of did it and thought, oh, hang on, now I put this rust down, how am I going to do all the blue paint?
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, why don't I just dry brush it, because that's just laziness. And oh bollocks, just pinged something off.
That as well.
I just pinged off my thing on the back. Oh, I can glue that back on, no problem.
Arse, he says. Arse.
You know one of the little rubber things at the back.
Oh, right, yeah.
Let me re-glue that. It's not come off, it's just, it went.
I had it earlier. I laid my stomper down to do something and popped one of the spikes off. It's like, oh, really? But that's what's going to happen at this stage, because, yeah.
Somehow, miraculously, I've not pinged off my headphones or the bit on the top of the crow's nest yet. I've still not knackered that.
No, I've done really well there. The one thing I do keep catching is the bit of easy line. I was catching that, but I thought I was being clever putting that on at the beginning. It's like, yeah.
Oh no, I don't mind my easy line. I'll tell you what is really advantageous about doing orcs, though.
Yeah.
This is the one big advantage of doing roughy tufty orcs with their knackered technology, is when you have to glue something back on, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because you can't make a mess of a paint job that's painted to look like a mess in the first place.
Exactly.
I'm trying to glue this on that, but I can't turn it upside down because I've just put shade on that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like this. I'm just gluing this bit back on now. It doesn't matter if I get glue on the paint, because you know what? It's all weathered and beaten.
It's
anyway.
all, yeah.
So but I think going forward, I really am going to start using this rust first technique now for orcs, because it's quick and efficient, but
it makes sense for the bigger projects, Fox, doesn't it?
Well, not even that. I think I'll use this on all the normal stuff, because to me,
really,
this kind of soft faded paint looks more convincing as chipped, worn paint than actually painting the paint chips.
Yeah, I might as well stop now then.
What? No. I mean, it's a whole different thing. It's like a different style. I like the chip style, but looking at this seems more like old paint wearing away rather than like paint chipping off. I'm not saying one's better than the other. I'm just saying I quite like this.
Not at all. No, it's basically my shit. Oh, that's all right. No, I'm joking.
I'm not saying yours is rubbish. Yours is rubbish, but no, you know what I mean. It's a different way of doing it. It's like, you know what? It looks as convincing as that way. It's just it looks.
It looks more real.
It looks older and more worn. Yeah. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It looks more like age damage than damage that I can't even put into words. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah. I think I'll still do the normal brushy chipping for Imperial stuff and things like that.
Yeah, but it certainly works, doesn't it? It's it's an easier approach at the end of the day to achieve it.
Yeah, but for orcs where they've just slapped some paint on an already rusty piece of metal.
See, it would have worked really well on the Lehman Russes.
No, I don't think it would. Again, I don't think it would work on. I mean, it would work, don't get me wrong. It would look fine, but to me, my brain says, orc, they're just slapping crap paint on rusty metal, whereas the Imperials, they're putting proper paint and primer on metal stuff. And so it kind of makes more sense to be on orc stuff, because it's like, I don't know, it's hard to put into words.
Yeah, I keep forgetting Lehman Russ isn't orc,
I just quite like the result. It's a different way of doing rust, I think, a different way of doing rust and damage.
Certainly the more viable way to do it on the Warlick, isn't it? Oh, yes.
Oh, God, yeah, because it's... Stefan Lass says, okay, starting to nod off, so we'll sign off here. We'll catch the rest of the show tomorrow. Good night.
Take care, Stefan. I mean, we're only on for another half hour. We'll come off at 4.
Yeah, take care, buddy. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I hope you're keeping well as well, mate. You know exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
You know what my email address is, so...
where are we? Paul Dismaster says, now I'm slowly finishing off the flintlock pirate pistol. Also have a Spider-Man kit, which has his head missing. I tried 3D printing a new one, but it doesn't look good right on it. I get there in the end.
Yeah, I do like that flintlock pistol. It's good. I've got my talking of Paul D. Tommaso. Sorry to interrupt you there.
That's right.
He says, apologising on his own show. This is what I'm like. This is what I'm like, folks. Yeah, Paul, I've got them figures coming, mate. You know, the rabbit, the chipmunk and that. So they should be here soon, mate. So cheers for that. That's right, I'm finished.
That's right. I'm trying to just read and chat and see what comments are. I wasn't actually. I was actually coughing when you said that, so you weren't interrupting me at all.
I know. It's just me, isn't it? I'm terribly sorry, old chap, for daring to have the audacity to interrupt you.
Swigging Pig says, life has unfortunately got in the way once again, so we'll bid you all farewell and attempt to join you in a future episode. Thanks for the evening entertainment.
Take care, buddy. Really is nice to see you still about, mate. Yeah. And you know where we are if ever you need us. We're on these channels, mate.
On this very channel.
Yeah, we had the pleasure of meeting him when we went to E-Models. Very nice chap.
I don't remember what I did yesterday. Never mind 3 years ago.
Remember that really, really tall person that you said, God, there's a really tall person over there?
No. I don't remember. I don't know what I did yesterday.
Mind you, you was gooning around with Tony at the time, so...
I don't even know where I am now. Who am I? What am I doing?
That was so funny. Good old Tony.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a bloody whirlwind, isn't he?
Oh, God, he's a nutter.
He is so funny.
I really wish I hadn't snapped that thing off and then painted that bit, because now I can't turn it upside down for another half hour. And then I'll forget to reglue it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm quite pleased with this way of doing the...
It's worked, isn't it, for you?
Yeah.
And that's the key.
Like I say, I think it's a totally different style and thing. I don't think it wouldn't work on Imperial, because Imperial, it tells a different story than the hand-painted chip.
Yeah, see, I don't know a lot about the Imperial stuff, do I really? I mean...
Well, it's a bit like a NATO tank compared to a Russian tank.
Oh, right, yeah.
So, you know, this crappy rusting style would look great on a Russian tank because it's painted by a farmer with a potato. Whereas, you know, a NATO tank.
Yeah.
Some primers. But no, it's just, I don't know, I quite like it. It's I could see it being useful for orc stuff and for bits of scrap on the battlefield.
Certainly the Warlick, because of the sheer size of it. I couldn't use this technique on something as big as this again.
No.
But as a learning tool on doing different size thicknesses of rust and small chips, big chips, and that, it's been a great practice mule, and that's what I wanted to use it for.
Oh, yeah. And
it's been perfect for that. Because it'll sit on the bench and I'll be able to evolve from it. And yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't use this technique on, like I say, Imperial stuff like I don't know, a Space Marine vehicle or something, because...
Would you use it on a Bane blade?
No, because again, it's the whole story. I mean, it's the story it tells, and this is real like crap they've picked up off the ground and stapled together and welded together and painted with crap paint. Whereas like a Bane blade, it's a proper military vehicle and they're painted properly. And so it's like the damage on, say, a military vehicle like that is. It's chipping damage from use, it's chipping damage from wear and tear, and it's impact from ground.
Yeah.
And maybe a bit of rust, but this is like it's already rusted and knackered before they even put paint on it.
Yeah.
So this is just decrepitude, and I don't quite like it. Like I say, I wouldn't work on an Imperial vehicle, for example. I'd do the neater chipping like you.
Yeah, the neater. Yeah. No, it's just interesting because obviously I've not done much Imperial, so.
I mean, this to me is more like paint that's worn away because of all the other reasons, but also it's been there for so long that the rust has leached under the paint and made it fade away and flake away.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah,
that makes more sense. It's like, you know,
it's telling a story, but it's telling a different story, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a 1983 Ford Escort that's been sat up someone's drive for the last 35 years.
Yeah.
Compared to a rally car that's just hooned it round the forest and is battered to hell, but it's not all rusty. It's just got loads of dings and chips. And does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. Yeah,
I'm trying my best to make sure you're not feeling bad about the chipping you're doing on your stompa.
No, I'm already carrying on through the tears, mate.
Good. Because it's like telling a different story, really. It's a different way. And I've never tried it like this before. I'm really happy how it came out. It does tell a totally different story.
No, I'm not. I'm not upset that you hurt my feelings at all. I'm
very happy that, more importantly, I got to use the word hoon.
Absolutely,
hooning around the forest.
Hooning.
Yeah.
But no, it's been a good test mule, and I'm happy that I've done it as a test mule.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Reminds me of those that thing where you get like American women that the community gets together and like knits a blanket or whatever.
Yeah.
And they all make a little square each in different colours.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Community blanket type thing.
Yeah.
What they're called now.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Quilting, innit?
That's it, quilting.
Where they do a different panel each, don't they? Yeah.
They all get together in the community hall and unleash some monstrosity on the community.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think it's also let people see that you could approach this sort of thing from two completely polar opposite ways and still have a chipped vehicle of different levels. So
yeah,
it's what people are comfortable with, isn't it?
Like I said, it's just a different story, isn't it?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you could even combine the chipping you're doing on that in your style, in that style, the painted chipping and the dry brush chipping together, because you could overlay on top of yours lots of leaching and dry brushing of rusty colours, and you'd have both.
Yeah.
And then you'd have the damaged chips plus the wear and tear chips, plus then like the corrosion chips, which is more what I've done, like the leaching rust breaking through. So you could combine that. Just very quickly, Edward Lennon, we're not sure what we're talking about. He says acrylic paint isn't bad. Open a window and make sure nobody else in the room will wear at least a dust mask, because Paul says he's not got a spray booth. Don't wear at least a dust mask. Always wear a respirator, even for acrylic paints. Dust masks protect you from dust, not from paint vapors and chemical vapors. Even acrylic paints, you always want to wear at least
one of them bad boys.
Yeah, at least a proper respirator with filters that are for chemical vapors and VOCs, volatile organic chemicals and paints. Basically, don't do a good dust mask. A dust mask is great if you're sanding resin, but paint isn't dust. So just, you're not wrong, but you need to wear a respirator.
Yeah.
If you've not got a spray booth, if you can open the window and if it's a well ventilated room and there's nobody else around, you can close the door, then you can. I mean, sometimes I do it for filming. If I can't film with a spray booth, I'll put like an old sheet up on my workbench.
Oh, right, yeah.
When I did the Eagle Transporter, it's too big for the spray booth, so I basically put an old sheet on the workbench up like a backdrop. So I'd have it here behind the thing, and I was spraying into that. But I did have my respirator on, and I had all the windows open. So if you haven't got a spray booth, then you can do without one, but you need the window open, have a respirator, and when you finish spraying, leave the room, leave the door shut and the window open, just leave the room for an hour.
Yeah, if I'm doing anything with resin, I have a towel down that's been wet.
Yeah.
Do the sanding, so the resin sticks to the moist towel. I have respirators on, door open, everything, because you don't want resin in your lungs.
No. I mean, if you haven't got a spray booth, you can just about get away with acrylics, like I say, as long as it's well ventilated and you've got a respirator and a sheet to absorb the spray. The difficulty is when you've got a spray booth, you have a light above it, you see all the clouds of vapors going up in the air.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. It's the stuff that spends an hour floating through the air. So if you've not got a spray booth, try and keep it to minimal chunks of time, like do half an hour, 1 hour.
Yeah.
Get out the room. When you finish, just leave the room. Clean your airbrush, leave the room. Don't take your mask off at all. Don't come back for the rest of the day. Do not spray lacquers without a spray booth. Do not spray enamels without a spray booth. Ever.
Oh, yeah.
Just don't. And never, ever spray rattle cans indoors, ever.
Oh, no. No.
No. But yeah, you can get away with the acrylics, but, try and keep it minimal. Yeah, you can just about get away with it, but as long as it's ventilating, so it has to be a respirator, not a dust mask. La la la. Dee-be-doo. And Leonard says, underneath the arm.
Oh, cheers. There you go.
Paul says, I should get a respirator. Currently don't use any face protection when sanding and painting. I must admit, I've never worn a mask for sanding plastic kits, and we probably should do, but I never do.
Really? I'll wear me respirator, mate.
No, I mean I do for resin.
Yeah.
But just plastic kits, I've never worn a mask.
Yeah, it depends on how much sanding I'm doing. But yeah, and certainly anything 3D printed, I've always got a respirator on. Yeah. Just force of habit, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to wear a respirator or a mask for painting, like if you're brush painting.
No.
Although if you're brush painting with lacquers, a respirator might help get rid of the smell.
Yeah.
Because the smell might make you go a bit woozy if you're spending hours brush painting with lacquer paints. Oh, bloody hell.
Especially if you're using Mr. Surfacer, things like that.
Oh, or any of the, Mr. Hobby lacquer. Oh, yeah, wow.
Cool, yeah, that's instant stoned, isn't it?
Yeah. All my spray painting is done outside, says Paul. Yeah, if you've got rattle cans are a good way to do it, but you need to make sure you do it outside. Yeah. If you've got like a garage or a shed or something, it's quite handy now because we've got our garage, which was all decrepit and falling apart, and we had it cleared out last year.
Yeah.
So now we've got rid of all the contents of it and the doors and the roof. It's just there's just 3 walls now, 3 concrete walls, garage walls.
Oh, right, yeah.
At the end of the driveway. And it's like, well, excuse me, we didn't want to pay for them to be taken down. So I thought, well, we'll just leave them there. There's a couple of the beams going across the top. We're like, well, we'll leave them there and it'll just be, a little windbreak area. We'll get a couple of storage bins and we can put things like gardening tools and stuff in there. It doesn't really matter. It's not a problem. It's basically a big concrete area with 3 walls. And I found out it's brilliant for spraying.
Yeah, I can imagine, yeah.
Because it's like a windbreak. There's no... I can sit in there and spray, and all the spray just kind of floats around and then drops to the floor. I'm not spraying onto... I used to spray in the garden.
Yeah.
Like take rattle cans, but I'd found that wherever I was stood in the garden, the plant that was in front of me would end up dying.
Yeah.
So we've got like... It's either there's a bunch of like lilies in one corner of the garden that are all like half dead.
Yeah.
And we've got like a chunk of the fir tree at one end of the garden that the bottom bit's just brown and never came back.
Yeah.
It's like there's nowhere in the garden I can spray that I'm not killing something important.
No.
So, and I had to stop because we realised that we've got this massive fuchsia in our garden, this big fuchsia bush. And we actually realised it was probably put in when the house was built by the first owner, which was in 1939. So that fuchsia bush is as old as this house, which means it's like 80 odd years old.
Yeah.
So it's like I need to stop spraying in the garden now, like because I don't want to kill that fuchsia.
Yeah.
It's been cut down accidentally and come back to life twice.
Yeah.
For years it was really tiny because it was surrounded by a juniper bush that just swamped everything.
Yeah.
We cut all that back now. And it's like exploded.
Yeah.
Massive. It's like wow, that thing's like 80 odd years old.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
90 odd years old.
Yeah,
We've really got to look after it. So.
Yes. You do. It's like you say, you don't realise how old your houses are.
Oh, I know how old the house is because I did some decorating and all the skirting boards. You get the gap between the wall and the skirting board.
Yeah.
It was filled in with newspaper.
Oh, right, yeah.
From 1937.
Yeah, we had several rooms that had dates on the plaster where we stripped all the wallpaper and that off, It's like, And then, like you say, you roll up a carpet and you see a newspaper under there and you're like, yeah, that carpet's been down how many years? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I pulled the wallpaper off and it's like, because you got this, where the wallpaper kind of like arched over the gap.
Yeah.
You pulled this piece of newspaper out. And what's this? Like the Stockport Advertiser from 1937.
Yeah.
Here's a story about Mrs. Johnson, whose son went off to war in World War One and never came back. And she's trying to find out, get answers as to what happened to him. And here's the football results between, Stockport FC and Port Vale. It's great.
Yeah. Winston Churchill confirmed as new Prime Minister. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah.
Paul Di Tommaso unfortunately didn't choose his words wisely. He says, I just stand on the back front porch and spray my parts.
I'll do you now.
And have you been arrested many times, Paul?
Yeah. What parts is this, Paul? Do tell us. We are curious with curiousness.
Yeah. Paul Di Tommaso says, I also papered up the back wall on my stove and turned on the vent fan and sprayed on the stovetop. That's true. You can actually make a sort of makeshift spray booth with a cardboard box if you wanted to. A cardboard box and a fan, but you have to make sure it's not a PC fan. It has to be a completely sealed fan.
Yeah, because one spark and you'll ignite the vapor.
Yeah, so if you use a PC fan, there's exposed wires. You can't do it. It has to be a completely sealed fan unit. I don't know, like the kind of, I don't really know what the kind of fans, but you can get them.
Yeah,
totally sealed fan units, and you just tape that into the back of a cardboard box and get a tube sticking out the back of the window. You're done. Cost you like the cost of the fan. Yeah,
bathroom extractor units are good because they got sealed van because of the moisture in the air.
Yeah, so if you can afford to cobble together and get a fan of some sort. Like a little extractor fan, you can make your own with some cardboard boxes. Yeah. If you want to be safe. La. Paul DiTomaso says, lol, dirty minds. You're the one that said you stand on the porch and spray your bits in public.
Yeah, but Paul, what you got to realise is me and Fox are 7. Well, 5 years old, didn't we? Let's be. Yeah. So we have the minds of that childlike. Yeah.
You said something on a stream a couple of weeks ago that had me spitting coffee out, and nobody noticed it apart from me.
I know.
I'm not going to repeat what it was.
When you told me, I was mortified, and then I played it back, and I was like, "Oh yeah, so I did."
I won't tell you. He basically said something innocently that was like, "Oh, spitting me coffee out. I can't believe what you just told that person to do."
Yeah, it's like
didn't realise. Nobody watching realised either.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
I'm like, how did nobody pick up on that? I don't. I'm not going to say what it was. Yeah. Right, I'm still waiting for paint to dry. I'm kind of stuck.
Mind you, I am the only person who said penis on an E-model show, and I am.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I can't remember what you were actually trying to say.
No, it was a French astronomer's name, wasn't it?
You weren't even trying to say pianist. I don't even remember what it was you were trying to say.
Yeah.
But it was vastly amusing anyway.
I was mocked mercilessly for it, but
absolutely, which is the right thing to do.
I wouldn't expect anything other than that, to be honest with you. It was a thoroughly deserved mocking.
Mm-hmm. It's not the first swear we've had on the E-model show, but it won't be the last.
No, I must admit, I'm garnering a reputation for saying inappropriate things, and it's like...
I always find it adorable when somebody doesn't, the people that actually think that Ted doesn't swear, and it's like, that's so adorable.
Yeah. I love that when Ted has a good old hearty swear.
Yeah, it's like, you really think he doesn't swear? Bless you, my child.
Yeah, it's like, we've got so much to learn about Ted, haven't we?
Yeah.
Ted is one of those. He is so funny when you actually get him out away from streaming, isn't he? He can be hilarious.
Especially if he's talking about somebody he can't stand or somebody who's been a complete spoon.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the first time I heard him having a wibble, and it was like, Ted's using grown-up words. Oh, he's getting feisty. Oh, I like angry Ted.
Yeah, like say somebody's been a dingus in chat or something. He's finished the show and he has a bit of a get it off his system.
Yeah.
So it's the quiet ones you have to watch.
Bit of a stress relief. It's like, ooh.
Yeah.
And then we all sit there, go, calm down, calm. Yeah, calm everything down. Yeah, all right, Ted. You're going to pop a lung in a minute if you're not careful.
So much that goes on before and after that show that people don't know.
Just as well.
I mean, over the last couple of years, it's probably less and less now. We're so old now that we just say, right, we're finished, brilliant, right, bye, gone, everybody just goes.
Yeah.
But in the old days, we'd sit and have a right gas for 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You'd be shocked, I tell you.
Such profanity.
Yeah. I need to go for a great big wee.
What's time?
Quarter 10 to 4.
We'll be coming off. Yeah, coming off in a sec then, mate.
Okay. I shall.
If you need to go, you go, mate, because I don't want to piss in yourself, but yeah,
I should clean my brushes, but then that means I've got to go and...
we'll be coming off air shortly, because I need to go and have something to eat and take meds, because...
I'm actually starving, Marvin, but it's too late to eat now.
Oh, this is early for me, mate.
Well, I go to bed now, so...
Oh no, I won't go to bed now till Saturday night.
Saturday night. Oh God,
otherwise my sleep pattern will be off for the Sunday brunch. So.
You just nearly made me sing an S Club nonsense, or whatever it is. Whoever did that.
Do you know something though? The most worrying thing,
yes,
is that you know what an S-Club nonsense is.
Because I grew up in the well, I think I was a young man in the 1990s who had female friends.
Yeah, the more you're explaining this,
with no taste in music, so that's my excuse.
The more you're explaining this, the worse you're making it.
And I also went to Tenerife and Gran Canaria around about that time, and you couldn't get away from that crap.
You're not learning from your mistake, are you?
Well, I can't. I've got to explain it.
The need to explain means that you are embarrassed by the fact.
No, not at all.
It's not biting, Dad.
Not at all. Ooh, it's weird. This sponge is weird. If you roll the sponge over and it kind of sticks on itself and sticks a bit, it's like, it's very fleshy.
Yeah. Do you know what it reminds me of? Do you remember them first aid doll things that you had? Reminds me of that. Or if anyone out there has ever tried to learn tattooing, you can buy fake human skin. That's what that reminds me of.
This reminds me of I went through a little phase in the 90s because I was stupid and didn't know better. Of making kombucha tea, so growing the kombucha fungus.
All right.
Which is where you get a, bizarrely about that size and shape, you get, somebody will have some, and it's like it's this fungus that grows and it makes like it literally looks like that, but a slightly brown color.
Yeah.
And you put it in some water and put some stuff in the sugar and stuff, and the fungus grows, and then after a few weeks you take that layer off and you throw it away, and there's another one underneath, and you just keep doing that and replenishing it, but you drink the water and the runoff.
Yeah, yeah.
But in the 1990s, because I was stupid, I was going out with someone who was all into all the spiritual crap, which nowadays I look back and think, what a lot of bollocks. But then I didn't know better. I didn't know better, and she was a girl, and I had motivations, so... And mate,
when we have motivations, mate, we will embrace anything, won't we?
Oh God, yeah. It was foul stuff, kombucha tea. We went to one thing. I listened to the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, and there's a one guy on there, and I went to a thing called the Body and Mind Show where there was. It was like, it was just basically a room full of pretend psychics and pretend Christian all taking money off you for no reason whatsoever because it's all bollocks.
Yeah.
And then one of the guys on the Skeptics Guide refers to it as the Mind and Wallet Show. The Mind and Wallet Convention.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Right, folks. I suppose we better wrap up for the night. Let everyone.
I was about to go to bed, so.
Yeah, let everyone get off and do their thing. So, yeah, no worries. You take care, everyone. Massive, massive thanks for joining us both.
You want everybody to go away and get off, do you?
Do you want to go full screen and show your wares?
No, it's all small stuff. I just...
you sure?
No point, really.
All right, mate. Similar to me, mate.
I totted up that missile a bit.
Yeah.
And I painted a little bit of them missiles. There's much more you can see.
Yeah, I think we've both done similar. I mean, I've been doing me pipes, me blue and me red pipes. Some of me rods have been done. I did a checker up there on the top of the chimney.
More checkers?
Yeah. Oh, he says with his thing right in the way. Aye?
That blue chimney in like different blue colour checkers?
No, that's large chips that I haven't put any of the brown in yet.
Oh, right, I can't see. I can't really see very good detail on my end here. So.
Helps if you move your webcam, Cole, because your boom arm's in the way. There you go.
Boom arm.
So yeah, I've done a checker up on there.
Ooh.
What else have I done? Not an awful lot, really. Done the eyes on me missile. Gone round, done the pipes, the red and the blue pipes round here. I've also done the pipes on the arm, buried right down under there. I started bringing them details out. Same with the hydraulics.
Black. I must paint some of mine not black, maybe.
Yeah, so I've been doing that. What else? Oh yeah, I've done me glyph. Started me glyph on his Harris there. I had the first couple of layers on that.
Oh, I like that. That's
need to tidy that up just to clean the edges up a bit. And that's about it. Really,
well, I've painted one thing, even 100 things.
Yeah,
I am so slow.
It's lipstick and mascara, though, isn't it? It's not, you know, it's little things that I wanted to just start off, and now I can go in and detail it all. So.
I think the funny thing is, I'm trying to teach you how to slow down, but I really need to learn to speed up.
Not at all. Not at all. It's
I do go very, very. So I need to speed up.
Yeah,
a bit.
but it's not a race, you know. It's one of them, you know. It's but there's no hurry, is there? Really? Let's be honest.
I just put my missile in front of him, and it looks a bit rude, but it's right there.
It does kind of look like a man part.
It looks like a bit of a beepist, doesn't it? So I do apologise.
What you could have done is see that plate with the hole in on the right-hand side of the front.
There.
Yeah, you could have had it poking out of there. Yeah, that would have looked so wrong, wouldn't it?
Steady and Eris.
Like a cuckoo clock.
You're a cuckoo clock.
Cuckoo. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with my very understated stomper.
I can't see it. It must be such camouflage.
Yeah, it's stealth, mate, isn't
it? Yeah, stealth stomper.
No, I've still got all my dry brushing to do and all of that, and washes. And,
I love your stomper. It's just so stupid and insane. I love it.
It is stupid, isn't it? But hey, I'm happy.
It's stupid in the best way because it's like it's carefree and just having fun, whereas mine's thoughtful and careful. Whereas yours is like, you know what? Let's just paint it.
This is a paint mule.
Yours is all.
You know, right from the beginning, it's a paint mule. I want to try these paints out. I want to try different techniques on the panel. Some will be done slap chop, others will be done old school, and merge different styles together. And yeah, it works on that.
The thing I'm learning is that when it comes to orc, stupid is the best way to go. Stupid is required. Stupid is good.
Yeah, this is why I enjoy doing orc, because it's right up my street. I don't have to have much skill or give it much thought. It's orc, isn't it?
Nuts.
So yeah, nuts. And what else could I say other than it's got a grot tank coming out of its tummy?
Yeah, it's got a grot tank, so shut up.
You know, beat that. Right, folks, we're going to love and leave you, let you all get off. And we will.
You said it again, didn't you?
Yeah, we will. We'll see you Sunday for the Sunday at the Bench with me and Dave at 12:30. And then we'll see you over on Fox's channel in the afternoon, stroke evening, for a bit of Warhammer Sunday. You streaming later, geese?
Yes, I'll be, hopefully all being well, if Mama Fox gets her ass out of bed, I should be streaming Cyberpunk at 5 o'clock.
There you go, folks. You've got plenty to look forward to. And as Edward Leonard says, it's orcs, isn't it? Exactly.
Or I might do some Skyrim, actually. I don't know, because I'm going to bring Skyrim Saturday back so I can put Cyberpunk on Friday because I can't do Fallout anymore. So I might do Skyrim tomorrow. I don't know yet. I might bring Jar Jar Blurp was his name? I can't remember now.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I know what it's going to be now. I'm doing my Skyrim and you're not. I know what's coming.
Because see, I'll be doing my Skyrim and you're not.
I know. Honestly, have I got to do the Walk of Shame?
Well, the thing is, I've not got a choice because I haven't got any other game that starts with S that I can do on Saturday. And I've got nothing that works on Friday with an F, so...
Skyrim does work.
Yeah, Skyrim Saturday.
Yeah, Skyrim Saturday. You know you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know what it'll be. I'm playing it. I'm playing mine. Yeah, I know. I know what you're suggesting you get.
Exactly.
Rightio, folks. So look forward to that. We'll tune in for that, and we will catch you on the next one, folks.
Yeah.
Stay safe. Everyone. Massive thanks for joining us. See you on the next one. Bye.
Adios, amigos. Bye.